Hi, it's Michael again, Dr. Michael. And before diving into this first podcast episode, I want to mention a few things. Um, Number one, like everybody else, I'm full of biases, not just a confirmation bias. In a lot of areas, I actually have some level of expertise, so there's no more Dunning-Kruger effect. Um, but Dunning-Kruger effect happens to everyone, so it includes me as well. But there's over 1,000 biases. Also, um, when we remember something, our brain changes the original memory. So I'm going back quite a few years. So naturally, although I'll try to do my utmost to be as honest and accurate as I can, things will not be exactly how they were. Maybe they even not even close to how they were, but I cannot help that. Neither can you, neither can anyone else. So it's very important to realize that. Number two is that a lot of this is not coming from knowledge, but just coming through discernments using my brain. And my brain is always working with outcomes, with effects, not with causes. Therefore, it's always best guesses. Now, that's just not me. That's true for everyone. So even if you listen to me, what you hear is what your brain guesses, what I'm trying to share with you and everybody else who will be watching this podcast episode. So it gets a bit murky, but what can we do? Therefore, I always will go into prompts you can use for your own self-awareness and to give yourself a broader range of options. Because options relate to intelligence. So there is this meme which stands for in God all things are possible. And a lot of people go, yeah, we're so limited on planet Earth, but once you break free from your body, all things are possible. And it's like, hang on, wait a minute. Possibilities are possibilities, and they're not naturally, oh wow and good. There's also, as we experience in this world, suffering and pain, sickness. You may say, yeah, it's all an illusion, but when you experience pain, you experience pain. My example is always like, well, if you have a daughter, or imagine you have a daughter, she's beautiful, 70 years of age, and all of a sudden she gets gang raped by a bunch of Muslim guys who claim, look, she's not wearing a veil, she's a whore, she got what she deserved. Even the sisters of this boy say, yeah, she got what she deserved, she's a whore, she should be raped. Now, if you can really be not affected by that scenario, by that event, and say like it's all an illusion and the pain is not real, well, blessings come from you then, brother. But for me, that's not true. So similar, well, we'll go to in other episodes, is that when people pass on from this human life, a lot of them come back, but also a lot of them stay in the astral realm, and few actually move on into the divine realm. And when you are in the astral realm, you have exactly the same mindset, mentality, and character traits as you have while here on planet Earth. So it's not just all wow and fantastic. There is still um, the possibility of addictions, like I want to be recognized, I want to be special, I want to have power and control over others. Um, I want to have followers. You could have karmic links. And I will go into that when we do the, I think episode 3, when we look at healing modalities. And one thing, if you do energy healing and you do Reiki and all that sort of stuff with people, you set yourself up with karma. You interlink your own energy field with that of these people. Hence, this Jesus Christ still writes Course in Miracles, because he's not free. He's not. He's so interlinked with so many people. And he's also recruiting people to help him out. Like, for example, Mary Baker Eddy. You might not have heard of her, but the Christian Church, um, not the Christian Church. Anyway, I'll come to the new Christian Church, the Christian Science, that is Mary Baker Eddy. Yeah, so she was caught in all this sort of stuff. And in my classes later, someone said, yeah, well, what about this statement? And careful what you ask for. Yeah, indeed, careful what you ask for. So there is that. There's this other thing in, because I studied medicine, in the Dutch language, there is this terminology or concept that is kandidaatsziekte. And kandidaat is literally maybe a candidate, but it means a bachelor. So when you go for your bachelor's degree in medicine and you've studied a lot of different diseases, you find that students feel like, oh my God, I have 30 or 40% of these diseases, because the signs and symptoms are very general, and it's very easy to assume like, oh my God, that is me, I need to be checked out. So there must be a term in English as well. I haven't come across it, but it is there. And so there's that aspect, and then there's so many people who want to indoctrinate you with their interpretation of stuff. So I was reading a post on Facebook, and originally it was from an app, Substack, of someone that I knew kind of from being at an academy organization in Wisconsin in the USA. And I was reading her interpretation, and I was like, oh no. Um, there was talk of the ego, and the ego is a problem. And the way it was written was like, the ego is this real thing, and the ego is not this real thing. There is not an ego like guy, girl, he, she, they, sitting in the middle of your head. It doesn't exist. The ego is more like the narration of your story, of how your brain constructs this awareness of ourself that goes through space and time from birth to death. That is what ego is, and part of that is this experience of time. And if you speak of time, you speak of change, and then you speak of growth, or you feel like I'm growing and I'm learning, I'm a lifelong learning. And if you're a professional, you might have a continuous professional development. All this kind of stuff is part of the story of this assumed identity, the identity that your brain continuously paints to you as an identity in space and time on planet Earth. But it's not constant, it's changing all the time, and therefore, well, which self is it? You have one self, your one true self, and that true self is timeless, it's out of time, it doesn't change. So you can say it's eternal, but eternal doesn't mean a long time. It just means like it's not subject to change. It's the same self always, and therefore it's out of time. If hopefully that makes sense. So now it becomes a bit like irreconcilable, because I'm gonna tell you all the stuff that happened to me as the sense of self, the apparent self, as my brain constructs it and creates it every single moment. And as I move through time and as I grow and learn, only to consequently discover that growth and that learning is not true. But at the same time, here I am, I'm talking to you using my body, inner body. I need money, I need to eat, I need to drink, sleep, all of the stuff that goes with this story. So I'm living it to the fullest, and I'm living it with the idea that happiness heals. And I give you all my insight, my conversions, my transformation, how I came to it. And yes, use it to your advantage, but particularly when I hint you certain prompts that you can journal and mind map with, that's where the real value will be, because that's you. All right, now a few other things that will really help seeing things with a broad and wider perspective. So this is my iPhone, and on it you can see the weather, and if you look closely you can see the pressure is 1,013 hectopascal, and that's kind of neutral. If you go over that, it becomes a high pressure, and if you go under that, there's a low pressure. So why even give that information? Well, low pressures contain moisture, and more than likely it's going to rain and going to be a wet day, and high pressures are dry. But from a point of perspective, 1,013 hectopascal is the pressure of a column of air that extends 10,000 kilometers from sea level, and the pressure of that amount of air on a square meter is the pressure, as we can see on the reading from just my iPhone or on a barometer. So 1,030 hectopascal, that is 1,030 times 100 hectopascal. So a column of 10,000 kilometers of air. So we got like a little air, it's hardly anything there. You can move your hands through it and anything. And we don't really feel a weight of 10,000 kilos resting on our shoulders. Look, easy. So this is because inside of our body we have a pressure that extends with a pressure equivalent to the air pressure. That's why when we do this, it feels like it's empty, but it's not empty space. It's full of molecules. And in physics we learn a compound or molecule can be solid if it's cold. Then it gets to a certain point, the freezing point. If it goes warmer than that, it becomes a liquid. And it even becomes higher than that. You have a boiling point and it becomes a gas. Now there's other points, and I don't want to go into a physics teaching or chemistry teaching, but intuitively we feel like this is empty space, but it's not. Just because we don't see things and it feels like we can freely move through it doesn't mean it's full of gas and there's a true weight to it, and therefore there's 10,000 kilograms worth of air weighing down on us, on our shoulders, each and every moment. Interesting indeed. Did you notice? No, there's another very interesting point, that is, no matter where you find yourself in this vast universe of space, you always sense that you're at the center of it, because everything that you can see and beyond is moving away from you, which intuitively can only be so if you at the right heart center of it. So where's the center of the universe? Well, it's right here, but it's also where you are, plus it's also where's the man who visits the moon or beyond. So you're always and ever at the center of the universe. It's a crazy idea, but it's true. All right, let's look at a little video that Brian Cox published. And Brian Cox is a well-known physicist from TV and documentaries and movies and all that sort of stuff. So let's have a watch.
Most people think Earth is calm. It isn't. Right now, the planet is spinning at 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator. At the same time, it's orbiting the Sun at 107,000 kilometers per hour. And the Sun is dragging Earth through the Milky Way at 790,000 kilometers per hour. You are moving faster than any bullet ever fired, while feeling absolutely nothing. The sky isn't actually blue. Sunlight is white, but Earth's atmosphere scatters blue wavelengths in every direction. From space, the sky is black. Earth's seasons have nothing to do with distance from the sun. They exist because Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees. Tilt toward the sun, it's summer. Tilt away, winter begins. Here's a quiet geometric coincidence. Earth sits about 108 sun diameters away from the sun, and about 110 moon diameters away from the moon. That's why they appear almost the same size in the sky, and why eclipses are even possible. Earth's core is as hot as the surface of the sun, over 5,000 degrees Celsius, yet we live on a crust thinner than an apple's skin. And despite mountains and oceans, Earth is unbelievably smooth. Scaled down to a billiard ball, it would be smoother than one. 99% of all species that ever lived here are extinct. The planet erases its past without hesitation, and somehow, through speed, heat, tilt, and chaos, Earth stays stable enough for you to exist.
So how then to look at our situation living on this planet Earth? Well, I think Einstein's relativity theory might help us out with that. So the relativity theory points out, for example, if you sit inside a train and you go at a constant speed, everything looks stable, nothing seems to be moving, you can walk around, you can put your book or a drink on a side table and it stays put, and just like you and I now are sitting in our room. But if you're outside the train, you see it's speeding at whatever it is, 200 kilometers per hour, or if you're on the TGV, the train grande vitesse, maybe up to 600 kilometers per hour or so. So it's almost like when you're standing on the Earth's crust, you're inside a proverbial train, and outside the train you see it's moving and spinning and doing all sorts of speedy things, speedy behavior. But if you're inside, it feels really stable. Like, I feel completely stable here, and I hope very soon. I guess, my best guess is you are completely stable where you are looking at this video. So relatively is really interesting because, for example, time runs at a different speed depending on where you find yourself. So we're in the Earth crust and we have this sense that there is a clock and it ticks evenly and that speed never changes. But if you look at satellites that circle the Earth, the flow of time, the ticking of time, is not congruent with the ticking of time as it is on the crust of the Earth. Meaning, for example, on your phone you have GPS tracking, on maps or Google Maps it can show you where you are, you get a blue dot, but it's always a tiny little bit off. And that is because the satellite doesn't travel at the same speed as the Earth crust, so there is a slight lag. 0.1 of a second, 10 seconds, I don't know exactly. Meaning that the technicians who make these apps have to adjust the position that the satellite gives us, or where we find ourselves, to correct for that lagging time, which will give a mistaken reference of where we are. But when I look at my phone, it's close, but it's never accurate. And for example, if I sit here at home, now I live at number 8 of my street, that always puts me at number 9, which is across the road. It's about 40-50 meters away. So there you go. But onto something else. I come from an academic world, and for example, I was working in anesthetics, and I was speaking to people I rate highly, told me about 50% of publications, academic scientific publications in journals, are fraudulent. For example, when a person is anesthetized, the World Health Organization made a recommendation that the percentage of oxygen in the air that ventilates the patients that is anesthetized should be around 70% oxygen. Now, this room air is 21% oxygen. So it's a lot higher, and had all kinds of references to back up that recommendation. And one of the references used was by an Italian researcher who had published his research in a very reputable journal, The Lancet, which is a medical scientific publisher, journal publisher in the UK. So in the world of medicine, the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, they are an American and a UK based journal, and they're highly regarded in that professional world. So for the Lancet to publish something, and later it was found by people in Melbourne, it was completely fraudulent. It's very interesting. In particular, the World Health Organization used it as their reference to recommend the percentage of oxygen in the air that ventilates patients. But I'll give you a look at two web pages which go further into it, so just to get an idea of the extent of this fraudulent behavior. So this is a page published by a non-profit organization called science.org, and this is the headline: "Scientific fraud has become an industry, an alarming analysis finds." So sophisticated global networks are infiltrating journals to publish fake papers. And this was published on the 4th of August in 2025. And here we go. I'll read you a little introduction, and you can look up science.org and read the whole article yourself if you want. But here it says, "For years, sleuths who study scientific fraud have been sounding the alarm about the sheer size and sophistication of the industry that churns out fake publications. Now, an extensive investigation finds evidence of a range of bad actors profiting from fraud. The study, based on an analysis of thousands of publications and their authors and editors, shows paper mills are just part of a complex, interconnected system that includes publishers, journals, and even brokers." So even if you say, like, this is scientific evidence, you can't just trust it on face value. You have to do some further digging and maybe speak to experts to see if that publication is true or fraudulent. It's scary in my mind. And this is the website of the Queensland University of Technology. It's a Brisbane-based university. They self say that they are the university for the real world. So the headline: "A new tool exposes the scale of fake research, flooding cancer science." So if we just read the first line here, this was published on the 30th of January 2026. "A new machine learning tool has identified more than 250,000, 250,000 cancer research papers that may have been produced by so-called paper mills." And it explains a bit further down what a paper mill is. It says paper mills are companies that sell fake or low-quality scientific studies. They are producing research on an industrial scale, and our findings suggest the problem in cancer research is far larger than most people realized. So, selling authorships and entire ready-made research papers, paper mills often use recycled text, awkward phrasing, or fabricated data and images. Okay, it goes on, so if you want to read that, you can, but that's just a really good example of how the world has gone so corrupt, or maybe it was always this intensely corrupt, we just didn't suspect it. So, putting it all together, in a nutshell, I'm full of biases and heuristics, and so are you, and so is everyone. So we need to be gentle on each other and not pick on words too much. And that's why I promote the journaling and mind mapping, where it is between you and you and your own thoughts, so you can free yourself, become clear about things, realize things that are in your unconscious that you never knew about, etc. Now, one point I haven't got into as yet, but I will, is interconnectivity. We're all connected. We all influence each other all of the time. So there's no escape. But I won't go too much into it now because it's not really part of this first podcast, but I will go into it later on. And then I saw about information that comes to us. A lot of us are willing to say, like, yeah, I'm not an expert. I'm willing to admit I don't know. In particular on social media and YouTube, for example, or books that you read, people come at us with a very strong authority, like they know something and you don't. And lots of people try to make you a follower, to subscribe to a channel, buy more books or whatever, become part of their team, their group, their religion, their movement, or whatever it is. And so what I was trying to illustrate, there's a lot of fake news out there, and everyone goes, oh, yeah, I know, and social media. But as I demonstrated, even in the academic world, there is a lot of fraudulent news out there. So, really, really important. And so, the things that I learned looking at history is, like, for example, books from the Bible and books that were excluded from the Bible, and then they're all of a sudden attached to a name of someone that hopefully is seen by people as very important, influential, authoritarian. And it just goes like, okay, so someone writes this book, and then they attach his name to it. Did that named person really write this book, or did someone just made it up? You really have to look through it. But outside of that, when you are engaging with certain information, you can also take that as a prompt for journaling to see, like, oh, is there something like that actually stored in my memory banks? A lot of people say all time goes on all the time, and we live lots of parallel lives, not past lives and reincarnations, but parallel lives, because it's all happening at the same time. So there's a connection with a lot of information if you are willing to accept that. Carl Jung was a famous psychologist from Swiss. He had a near-death experience, and that's one of the things he realized. So in my first podcast, I will, for example, go into Epicrius, who says, like, do not be afraid of the gods, plural. And then there's lots of people who've now come through that the original Judaic religion was not monotheistic, but polytheistic. And there were sky people, beings from the heavens, from the sky. There's this book of Enoch, that's how we'll go into, and comes with lots of authority and punishment if you don't do what these gods want you to do, etc. Again, the one thing that is important, not just to accept things on face value, but also not to look through it and discard them, and actually look into that. Like, my parents weren't religious, was never a member of the church. But as a young kid, I really had this sense of a fear of God and a love for Jesus. I'm not a Jesus fan. I don't even know what to believe, what he said, what he didn't say, and all this kind of stuff. Plus I feel that this character really lived, but he's stuck. He's stuck with having to save the world. Therefore, I don't want to be part of that repair team. I don't want that car. So I'm not particularly a Jesus follower. Anyway, hope you're going to enjoy this. Thanks for staying with me. And podcast 1, after this introduction, it's going to start. Let's get to it. A long, long time ago, in a place far, far away, looking at the Sumpe Hospital in the district of Kwanzaa, in what was then called Tanganyika. And you can see my birth certificate there. And here we start with this picture of the Sumpe Hospital sign and the smaller sign with the hospital behind it. And these are recent pictures, but if you go back 60 or so years, and was even more professory. On the right top you can see a picture there of the Sumpe market as it is now. So it's quite regional and in the heart of what is now Tanzania, the district of Mwanza. Mwanza is a larger city that is found at the Lake Victoria. So the hospital I was born, the Sumpe Hospital, is a Roman Catholic hospital. And currently it serves maybe 90,000 people, but it was first established in 1934-ish, 1935, by the so-called Missionary Sisters of Africa, also called the White Sisters, because they dressed in white. And that's part of the Franciscan order. And initially in 1934-1935 it began as a small clinic focused on maternity care and pregnant women. And it's really interesting because the Franciscan mission of the Sisters of Africa has this quote from John 10:10. I have come that they may have life in its fullness. Beautiful quote. And yeah, if you really zoom into that, it hits me right in the heart, and it's full of life and good intentions. And so you can already see the associations here. Missionaries in the heart of Africa. It connects with Franciscus of Assisi. Now Franciscus, he was born Giovanni di Pietro di Bernardone, basically son of a wealthy cloth merchant in 1180 or something. And he lived a very privileged and high-spirited youth, and he was dreaming of glory, particularly military glory. But after he served in the war between Assisi and Perugia, he was captured and experienced a spiritual awakening. And then there's this scene between his father and himself in the witness of the Bishop of Assisi, and he renounced his inheritance, so it says, from his father, and declared that God is his master. And I won't go into the entire story, but apparently he could talk to the birds, which is interesting because later in my life I could talk to the trees. So it's similar, kind of, it's a psychic capability. And then also it says in 1224 he became the first recorded person to receive the stigmata, as they're now called, so wounds on his hand, feet and side. And I for a long time had this intense feeling of a stitch in my side where my spleen is, and of course medically examined and nothing could be found. So maybe that was a stigmata. So when I was born in the hospital, the sisters checked with my parents, and they were not of any church, and certainly also not the Roman Catholic Church. So to put the guilt trip on, to see my parents being converted and be baptized, they put a sign on the bed, and it literally said, hidden mother and child. So interesting to see that there's lots of these associations and connections at the time of birth that, of course, I'm not aware of as I live my life, and only by investigating this, it became, I think, an important connection. Next, I want to delve into astrology. Now, astrology is not my scope of expertise. However, I feel it can be very, very useful still to look at that. So we're still at the moment of my birth, and here's the value of the birth chart. To answer my question, which is this podcast, who am I in truth? So let's have a look there. So when I look at my birth chart, what feelings arise? So just looking at the birth chart, not having to dig deep or whatever, so the thoughts that come up to me, hey, I'm curious, I want to find out what this birth chart actually says about me and predicts how I'm going to live my life and so forth and so forth. So I'm curious. I'm also very skeptic. Like, how can an arrangement of planets, which is highly sort of relative, determine so much about me or reveal so much about my character or my personality or myself, perhaps? So I'm skeptic, but also curious. Resonance. Well, yes, I think there's something very deeply moving, enlivening, warming heart, connection with the unknown, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely resonating with the idea and resistant. Well, I'm not just gonna take on board whatever is being put forward. So I have a certain resistance, which is kind of like related with skepticism and so forth. All right. So here's the journaling prompt. So what part of my chart immediately catches my attention and why? So I'm putting it here as a journaling prompt so you can use this itself. So I highly recommend get a high quality birth chart done up and just play with it and use it as a reflective tool. So what part of my chart immediately catches my attention and why? Well, in a nutshell, my birth chart indicates a cohort driven to dismantle what is hidden. So to dig deeper, which is what I'm doing now. So that's just uncanny. Dysfunctional. Absolutely. I want to know who I am in truth. Who am I in truth? Why am I here? I'm an existentialist, maybe a nihilist. We'll find out later. But I definitely always have this drive to improve and to tackle this functionality or obsolete. So old ways no longer really work. Old beliefs, old indoctrinations, fear mongering, that kind of stuff, and then rebuild it with precision and purpose. I am that kind of precision guy. Sometimes people go like, you're a monk, because I really have the patience to be precise and to say, well, what is it for? So, that's my answer. Now, next journaling prompt, and please take this to heart yourself. If my chart were a story about me, what would its title be? So far, what we're looking at is my story. It's a story of Michael from birth till now and till the very end of this particular story. So, what would the title be? Well, I came up with this. And there is no right or wrong. It's just an interesting idea that gives clarity of how I see all of this. So, beneath the surface, alive and devoted to truth and renewal. I'm not going to sit here and explain it all, but if you go back to what I just said before, maybe you can see why I came up with that. So beneath the surface, digging and revealing and bringing stuff up. A life devoted to truth and renewal. Who am I in truth? Yeah. Okay, next journaling prompt. So you see, we've only started with the birth chart, and I'm not showing you my entire chart. It takes too much time, but you see with these journaling prompts, there's some really interesting stuff that comes forward. It gives me clarity about my role, my life on planet Earth this time around. Are there traits described in my chart that I have judged or suppressed? So I've taken this example. So apparently Saturn is in Aquarius, and like I said, I am not an astrologist, but that's how it's put forward to me. Saturn is in Aquarius in my chart, and this demands the responsible restructuring of society, technology, and community in service of more humane and future-oriented ideals. Well, that's interesting. My father was very much orientated to this, and because of his family situation of his dad and his 9 uncles and aunties, and it was like he leave school as quickly as possible, and he managed to negotiate, could go to high school for 5 years, and then it's like you go to work. So he learned languages really well, but he never got to go to university, which was a big goal of his. So he made sure that his children would go to university and live out this desire of his through his children. But look, I must say I'm big-hearted towards to be in service of more humane and future-oriented ideals, and also feel that me and of course lots of others have failed in the sense we did Live Aid in the 1980s, raised $10 million, and it didn't mean a thing, nothing changed. I've been in hospitals and tried to transform the way, for example, nurses and doctors were thinking, and I must say lots of good people have left the professions because of the stronghold of what I call more toxic people. So yeah, this is just a reflection. Now, next journaling prompt. When I read my birth chart, what parts immediately feel true? So again, this is not being right or wrong, it's about being honest. And could this be confirmation bias at work, or is it a genuine resonance? So I have Neptune in Scorpio, and it's been put to me that Neptune as a planet, but more like as an ethereal, esoteric idea rather than the actual planet, is my home planet in the solar system. And I must say, if there's any planet I'm attracted to, it is Neptune. So Neptune in Scorpio dissolves taboos around sex, death, power, and spirituality, opening collective consciousness to depth, intensity, and radical truth. So I believe that is true. For example, on death, my teaching and revelation is there is no death. So yeah, that's a big dissolving of the taboo that when you die, then you're gone, and because life is only between birth, physical death, and there's nothing else. So big one on that. Spirituality, I try to make it like less mystical and all that kind of stuff, and put it in a more easy, practical way. So yeah, and I'm sharing it with collective consciousness. So yeah, I don't think this is very much overpowered by the confirmation bias, but hey. The next journaling prompt. Do I notice myself filtering live events through my charge descriptions? Well, here's my answer to that. Uranus and Pluto are in Virgo, and they revolutionize and profoundly transform the practical foundations of life, work, health, systems, and service through analytical insight, innovation, and meticulous reform. I am not an astrologist, but transformation and a profound transformation of practical foundation of life. Yeah. Work, health, systems, and service. And of course, I'm not the only one. I think in my generation, nearly all of us worked towards this and are still working towards this. But I like how it says analytical insight, innovation, and meticulous reform. All right, in what ways does astrology expand my sense of self? So that's the reason why you look at the chart, in my mind. So to get all these influences coming through and being revealed through the astrological chart, like a compelled motivation to merge spiritual awakening with social responsibility and deeper inner transformation with tangible systemic change. So I'm not one that says like, well, this is simulation and you're in the desert, leave the desert. It's not real. It's all an illusion. It's just a dream. And I'm like, well, I like to leave the place in a better state. So this is my idea of stewardship. And maybe I'm completely wrong about it, but yeah, I don't feel I'm responsible, but still, I have a compelling motivation to merge spiritual awakening with social responsibility and deep inner transformation. Okay, where might I be reinforcing a self-concept because it fits my chart? So this is one that I picked, people with Chiron in Pisces. So what does it mean? Carry the world's spiritual longing and pain within them. Their journey is to realize this suffering isn't theirs alone, but a universal cry, transforming their own deep wounds into profound, compassionate healing for all, becoming a living embodiment of divine love and mercy. Now, I went to see a very good iridologist, homeopath once, and asked him to determine a constitutional remedy for me. So in homeopathic, a constitutional remedy is not just to cure symptoms, but it is to cure the core issue around you. And that was netmer. I think it was LM6, I can't remember. So NETS is nature, netmer is natrium muriaticum or sodium chloride, and apparently it's a common one for my generation coming from Northern Europe. But that's an important one. So you carry the world's spiritual longing and pain within them. My problem of existentialism, a journey to realize suffering isn't just mine alone, it's a universal cry. And so in me transforming my own deep wounds into a profound compassionate healing, it will then be available for all, or so the spiritual teaching goes. There we go. So what insight from my chart genuinely increases my self-awareness? So in astrology, the planet Neptune is profoundly significant in the human psyche, representing the drive towards spirituality, transcendence, and a dissolution of the ego. Well, I've lived for 7 years straight, only focusing on that. So I think Neptune has a profoundly significant effect, at least on my psyche. It governs the realms of imagination, dreams, and the collective unconscious connecting individuals to a universal, often unseen web of consciousness. So furthermore, Neptune governs spiritual pursuits, intuition, psychic abilities, facilitating connection with the divine and a longing for universal oneness. So yeah, that's absolutely true. And for example, I could resonate with Allan Kardec, which is a pseudonym for a French doctor who used mediums to investigate the astral realm. And what he found is that the other side is not one at all, that there's still individuality, there's still, like, we experience, this is my body and that's where I stop. And then there's the rest of the universe, or the heelal, as we say in the Netherlands. Heelal means whole all. Lovely words in the Netherlands. But this idea of we're all one is, even there, an idea. It is not actually that we're all just one. It's still more like we're confined, but we are connected as well. So the goal here is not in relationships with others, so it's not associative, but it is a dissolution and merger with the cosmic source. So under Neptune's influence, individuals often possess a profound, nearly boundless capacity for empathy and compassion, allowing them to connect with others on a deep healing level and promoting altruism and humanitarian efforts. Well, the amount of thank yous and little notes, and even people that I haven't associated with for 30 years still contacting me and said, "Oh, you and your wife, you were so kind. We missed that because blah, 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 blah." So yeah, there's heaps of feedback to confirm that I seem to have this nearly boundless capacity for empathy and compassion. Okay. Neptune is the patron of artists, musicians, poets, visionaries. So my mum came from a Rudolf Steiner school background, and this particular way of educating includes a lot of these things. I was drawing mandalas and all that sort of stuff at the age of 5. I learned the piano from an early age. I made oil paintings at the age of 5 and 6, etc., etc., and also always have been a visionary. Can't say poetry. This is a strong trump card that I can play, but yeah, offering a limitless well of inspiration. Oh, wow, that would be amazing, and enabling the expression of inner truth and intangible ideas. Yeah, I would agree with that. And of course, I'm not the only one. This is a generational thing. It allows individuals to see the world as an enchanted symbolic tapestry. Yeah. So ultimately, Neptune symbolizes the soul's journey towards self-realization and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of existence. Okay. Wow. So that's a lot of information. I'm absolutely flabbergasted with how much that is an underlying force that I don't think about every single moment. Only when I reflect deeper, that really has given me a modus operandus of this life's journey. So if I treat my birth chart as a tool for perception correction rather than prediction, what new possibilities opened? All right, I'm not going to list all that, but this is one I want you to take to heart and do for yourself. Similar to this particular one, what empowering interpretation of my chart could help rewire limiting beliefs Hi, at the age of 11, I visited the country of what's now called Greece with my parents, of course. And there's lots of history, of course, in Greece, and my parents were very much into art, culture, and history. For the first part of that holiday, took in 1974. That's the year where the most unfairly sports match occurred in Munich in Germany, where the German national team beat the Dutch football team, allegedly the best football team that ever was in the history of mankind. But that's another story. So back to Greece. Now, there's lots of things to appreciate about the history of Greece before you sort of start make conclusions about it. So a lot of people said this was the Greek culture, but it wasn't really like that. There were individual cities for a while, or just regional areas, had their own dialects, their own customs, and this kind of stuff. However, in the history books, we find there was a common mythology, perhaps, and yes. So on the idea of their mythology and their accounts of gods and so forth, it's very, very interesting. So the idea was there that Uranus and Gaia came together. Now Uranus, or Uranus as maybe English people would pronounce it, we're not thinking of the planet, but we're thinking of a real being. So Uranus was some of the sky people, the sky gods, and Gaia was the goddess of the earth. And they got together and had an offspring of 12. Now, 12 is an interesting number. I was told that that number comes from the Sumerian culture. And if you take your thumb, say of your left hand, and then you touch the digit of the other 4 fingers, you see there's 12 digits. And I was explained that this was the way the Sumerians used to count, from 1 to 12, using your thumb to go on those digits. And then if you've reached 12 with your other hand, you could put your finger inside the palm of your hand, and of course there's 5 fingers, so you would have the capacity to count up to 60. So I was explained that's why you have 60 seconds in a minute, and 60 minutes in an hour, and 12 hours times 2 in a day, and 12 months, and so forth. And of course, when we look at astrology, there is 12 houses, and it goes on and on and on. And of course, in the empirical English, and still in America, still empirical way of counting, that number 12 was also used, and 12 inches in a foot, etc., etc. So anyway, Uranus and Gaia apparently had an offspring of 12, and they were called Titans, and there were 6 male Titans and 6 female. And those that pantheon, those Titans were ruling humanity from the sky for a while, until like stories were being told that Titans were no longer popular, and there was a whole section of gods that lived on the Mount Olympus, called the Olympian Pantheon, with Zeus being the big leader, and battles happens, and blah blah blah. And anyway, it was interesting to see that they believed in sky people, or gods that lived in the heavens, and then those sky people eventually ended up having intercourse with humans and had offsprings from that. So it's an interesting thing to see that there is this idea of sky people or gods but they were capable of having offspring with humans, with human females. Anyway, one of these gods was the god Apollo, and apparently he was the Greek god of prophecy and healing. And he established his central orgy at a city called Delphi. And Delphi was seen as the navel of the universe, the central place of planet Earth and also the universe. And we will go into that a little bit later. The umbilicus was protected by a serpent called Python. We still have certain snakes called Python. And yeah, he, as a deity, was really associating not only with curing, but also causing disease. And he passed all of his healings art to his son, Asclepius or Aesculapius. Asclepius is the Latin version, Aesculapius is the Greek version. And this person became the renowned god of medicine. So we see then that this place which was originally known as Pitha or Putha, with the serpent Python or Python in ancient Greece, was now renamed Delphi. And you can find the place just on the mainland of Greece, just to the north of the peninsula called the Peloponnesos. Yeah, and the Peloponnesos is a really historical area as well. These days, Kalamata olives come from the Peloponnesos, and Olympian flame is still kept alive on the Peloponnesos. But also the city of Corinth, you might know it from the channel of Corinth between the mainland and the Peloponnesos. But also the letters of Paul to Corinth. Yeah, it was quite of a commercial hub for a long time. And then, of course, places like the historical Sparta. Sparta was a warrior city, battled with Athens and other groups of people. And apparently there was a handsome, incredible, good-looking general of the army called Hyacinth, and Apollo actually fell in love. So Apollo was bisexual, according to the stories. And yeah, so there you have it. Also, the city of Mycenae was in the Peloponnesos, and that's where the king Agamemnon had his residency, and the Mycenaeans went to Troy, to battle Troy because of Helen and all that kind of stuff. So you see, there's heaps and heaps of history. And I visited all these places. On the Peloponnesus, there's also the Epidaurus. And Epidaurus was one of the healing places that were related to the god Aesculapius. And Epidaurus has a famous amphitheater. And when I was there, they said, go up to the highest seat. So I did. And my brother dropped a coin right in the center of the amphitheater, and you could hear it really loud and clear. So the knowledge of acoustic was amazing. So what has a theater, an amphitheater, to do with healing? Well, Asclepius was a very inclusive, knowledgeable person or god, and he realized that theater would help people to relax and help people to process emotional and mental stresses, which of course then would lead to healing. So this first idea of what I call hospitals, they were much better hospitals than we have now. They included the idea that entertainment and healing, dramas and comedies, would help people to heal and restore. Not so long ago, about 30 years ago, a movie was made about an American doctor called Pat Adams, and Pat Adams realized we need to start. He started with kids. We need to start bringing happiness and joy into people's life. It's a very important part of healing. In the anyway, we'll go into all this a little bit later. And the last picture that you see on the screen there is of a constellation, apparently small constellation, and it was given to the god Apollo to have his own constellation, apparently by Zeus. And you can see it's sort of like a kite shape with a long tail, and if you use your imagination you can sort of see it looks like a dolphin, with the star on the very left is sort of like the dolphin's nose, and then there's the head, and then there's the long tail. Anyway, I put it in there because in another section I will talk about three selves reading, which is where I first discovered I had this strong outer spatial connection, and particular with this constellation called Delphinus. And when I was at Delphi, I had a really strong resonance with. Before we go on, I've just listed some very basic journaling prompts, and I encourage you to stop the video whenever you want, or after watching this segment of the first podcast, and to do some journaling to bring in awareness of yourself and even options for the rest of your life to think differently and transform miraculously, automatically. So first, am I curious about this? What is this whole story about Apollo and Delphi and the pantheon of the Greek gods, the Titans first and then the Olympians, have to do with me? And particularly as we go into what has this god Asclepius or Asclepius have to do? Well, hopefully a lot. So are you curious about this? Well, give me your answer. Are you skeptic about this? Please, Michael, we live in 2026 and way beyond all of this fantasy thinking about gods and the likes. Yes, but what about your unconscious? Are there archetypes in there? Are the belief systems in there that come from way, way in the past? And as you will learn, all time goes on all the time. And so are you free of those ways of thinking, rusted in ideas? Do you resonate with any of this? And of course, I resonate with the idea of being in total connection, origin. For me, the constellation of Apollo, and of course it's not about just stars, it's about the whole idea and what they represent on a more esoteric level. And then last but not least, maybe you resist to any of this stuff I go on about. Doesn't matter. It's not about right or wrong. It's about why are things happening for you and how are they happening? How can you become more self-aware around all this? And this next slide that I'm showing you, I'm putting omphalos, which means navel or umbilicus, the center of the world, where Apollo's wisdom pointed humanity to the skill of healing. So you can see there's an amphitheater there as well, and those columns are part of the old temple of Apollo. So let's just look into a bit more what happened there in Pythia, or what we now call Delphi. So Apollo took control of the oracle at Delphi, making it the most important site for prophecy in the ancient world. And really what that means is people would travel from anywhere in the known world to get to Delphi. And right, the Pythia, the priestess, gave often cryptic prophecy in the temple of Apollo, and it would influence matters from agriculture to war to healing. and it really was considered the center of the world. Apparently Zeus had two eagles fly from the edges of the world, and where they met, bang, that's my hands clapping, it marked the center of the universe. And it was a stone, the Omphalos stone. It was a neutral meeting point even for Greek city-states. So incredible. That's what they were thinking at the time. So, what's the significance again? Well, Delphi is known as Apollo or Apollo Pythios, and he delivered messages through the Pythia, the Pythia, probably say in English, the Pythia, to guide Greek people on, among other things, matters of purification and health. Okay, and how did Apollo establish his authority at Delphi or Pythia? Well, he killed the serpent Python or Python, which was guarding the site previously. So now a bit more into the healing aspect. So the lineage was Aesculapius, was the son of Apollo, and the mortal woman Coronis. So here again, we have a god mating with a regular human woman, and they had offspring, Aesculapius. And Apollo, often called a physician himself, passed his knowledge of medicine to his son, who surpassed him, becoming the primary god of healing. Aesculapius became so skilled at healing that he began apparently bringing people back from the dead. However, Hades, the god of the underworld, said this is violating the divine order, and he appealed to Zeus, and Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Now, there's some reconciliation as well in these stories. According to some myth, Apollo in revenge killed the Cyclops who forged the thunderbolt. And of course Zeus said, I have to briefly punish you. But then the end was like, no. Aesculapius now was immortalized by Zeus, and he was elevated to divine status. So these stories are like, it's just like a human conflict in the sky people, the gods, are also very much acting like human beings would, if you ask me. But anyway, the key connections there are in medicine, that both Apollo and Aesculapius are deeply connected to healing, with Apollo representing the divine overarching power of health, and Aesculapius representing the practical, trained and earthly art of medicine. So where Apollo's main, should we call it a cold, maybe it was at Delphi, Aesculapius had his own widespread cold, the so-called Asclepiadae, and they transmitted medical knowledge. Yeah, so in a nutshell, Apollo, so later as the god of the sun, music, prophecy, the original divine healer, and then his son Aesculapius takes over. Then Aesculapius becomes the god of medicine, and his symbol was the rod of Asclepius, which we will have a look at in a second. And it was actually a single staff with a single serpent. Often the rod of Asclepius is mistaken for the staff of Hermes, where there are two snakes and there are wings. But that relates to Hermes. Hermes, you say in English, Hermes, Hermestus, Hermestus. The rod of Asclepius is, as you can see in the picture, a staff with a single serpent. And serpents were used apparently in Delphi a lot, and also in the other healing centers. There were apparently 300 of them. So, as it said on the previous slide as well, the connection between Apollo, Delphus, Aesculapius, and his healing centers is rooted in the idea of a transition from divine knowledge and prophecy to ritualized medical healing. So, what word is healing rituals then? Well, the healing rituals were starting with what's called anchomesis. And enkimesis means incubation. So it's kind of you go into temple and go into a dream state, almost an out-of-body state. And you would focus on prophecy, you would focus on messages coming from Apollo. And it's a kind of a dream therapy. So part of this was that patients underwent days of fasting, a sacred bath as a way of purification. And the supplicants slept in the abaton. It's like a holy dormitory. And there were non-venomous Aesculapian snakes, which apparently had a healing effect. And then it was believed the god would visit patients in a dream to perform surgery or prescribe a remedy like a diet or exercise, which priests would interpret the following morning. It was very much a holistic care. So beyond this spiritual healing thing that you would go through first with the purification, the diets and fast, all of these healing places, including the epidaris that I just mentioned, but Delphi as well, temples, including gymnasiums for physical exercise, theaters, libraries for mental stimulation. So the body and soul were treated together. And these places were managed by so-called Asclepiads, kind of priests. They used herbs, surgery, and again, notoriously, these non-venomous snakes. Over 300 sites were identified. The most significant ones, the most premier ones, is the Epidaurus on the Peloponnesus, but also in Pergamon and on the island of Kos. And the island of Kos is the island that brought forward Hippocrates, the father of medicine in a lot of traditions. So these centers functioned for centuries, on probably until the 4th centuries in the Common Era, and they are still seen as precursors to modern hospitals, but also to medical tourism. And I'm thinking about Chartres and those kind of places. Yeah, so amazing. One thing I haven't mentioned too strongly was thermal springs and baths were used a lot, and peaceful natural environments, often near water. And I love being near water. It's so calming and so healing. And the communal atmosphere were part of the healing, including theatrical performances for catharsis. Watching a drama and upsetting things happen in a drama plane often stimulates to finally just have a good cry and let things go, but also comedy to lift your spirit. So amazing stuff. But for example, if you live in Australia, everyone knows how healing can be just to have a good dive in the ocean, go and surf for the morning. It's incredible. It's incredible healing. Now, there's another place I want to mention, and that's the little island of Delos, allegedly the birthplace of Apollo, which is highly related again with dolphins. Dolphins and me, we go together really, really well. So Delos is a small island near Mykonos, you probably know, or Mykonos, you probably say, and it's close to the center of the Cyclades archipelago, or the Cyclades, you probably would say. The Cyclades, that's how I learned to speak it, apparently in ancient Greece. So a very small island, but it's the most important mythological, historical, and archaeological site in Greece. And Delos had a position as a holy sanctuary for a millennium before the Olympian Greek mythology made it the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis. So Zeus and Leto had twins, Apollo and Artemis, and Zeus and Leto are of the Olympian pantheon, not a part of the Titans, which was a pantheon before that. And so there you have it. Now, it's very hard to see, but on the left picture you see two little winged gods riding these dolphins, and they were called erotes, close from the stem word eros, basically a titan relating to, of course, all forms of love, and I'll go into it in a second. Desire, sexual intercourse, and also believed to be constant companions or attendants of the Greek god Aphrodite, or Aphrodite, you probably say in English. So these erotes or erotes were originally depicted in art as winged youth, and they evolved into winged infants or pati, both in Hellenistic and Roman art, and frequently shown with bows, arrows, or playing with other mythological figures. But in the so-called House of the Dolphins on Delos, which is a luxurious 2nd century before Christ private residence. So it's famous for these mosaics in its atrium, and you can see 4 pairs of dolphins ridden by these winged erotics. And on these pictures you can see also anchors, and instead of a snake we can see a dolphin ringing its way around the stem of their anchor. And so for me, visiting these places is hard to say, but it's almost like, oh my God, it's more than just a memory or resonance. It's a total recognition or memory to have lived there, to be part of the creation of these places, to be part of the symbolic message and energy of these places. So each erotis in the House of the Dolphins carries emblems of various Greek deities. So it represents a fusion of love and divine power. And to me, humans have suppressed their eros, their powerful, erotic, procreative energy, and it also relates to Kundalini energy. And it should be a fusion of love and divine power. So there's the trident of Poseidon, the Thyrsus of Dionysus, and there's also the Caduceus of Hermes. Yeah. So there you have it. We've been through a bit of the Greek mythology, but particularly the place of Delphi and Delos. Just amazing as a young kid to visit these places and just to have almost like this out of time experience around it, and it's almost like, oh my God, I found my tribe. I found the people that are me. Because remember, that was one of my things, like, I told my mother from a young age, I don't think I'm from this place. I'm more like a visitor that touched the planet Earth at certain points in time, but my origins are not human. And I will go later a bit into the 3 selves and what they say. But last but not least, what I wanted to mention, there is this place called the San Fructuoso, and it's close to a place that most people may know, Portofino. Portofino is a beautiful place, a small place on a peninsula. When I went to the peninsula, I stayed at Santa Margarita de Levante, and in a beautiful old British colonial style hotel for $600 for the night. In the year 2000, so I only could stay one night, but while we were staying overnight there, I and my wife visited Portofino and we started walking. And we walked for about 2 hours, and you must imagine Italy's mostly mountainous, so it was like no real easy connection. It was just like this hilly path through olive 3 yards and so forth. And finally, we simply saw this place called San Frutuoso, we discovered later. And it's a very small beach, and there's a small abbey, and then there's this statue of Jesus underneath the water. It's called Christ of the Abyss. And surprise, surprise, full of bottlenose dolphins there as well. And the water has this Mediterranean blue. I call it azur, or azur as the Italians call it. So we're looking at the Tyrrhenian Sea here. Beautiful blue, 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 blue. We have it in Australia as well, particularly if you go up the Sunshine Coast. Beautiful blue, blue looking ocean. So it's one of my favorite colors, that blue. I have lots of favorite colors, but this is really one I really resonate with. And just so cool to see that these people place a statue of Jesus underneath. And I love this statue because it has its arms up. It's not Jesus nailed to a cross. It actually has Jesus looking up to the sky. If you ever get close to Portofino, go and visit this San Frutuoso. You can do the long walk like I did, but there's also charter boats that go from Portofino. Within half an hour you're there, and you get to see the dolphins. Quickly, something to make a connection perhaps with other records or stories or traditions, cultures, beliefs around sky people, people from the heavens, gods. So we saw the Greek mythology where we had Titans first, and then the Olympian gods, and interbreeding with humans. Amazing. Plus all the actions are so human-like as well. So first on the left, this is a depiction of an Anunnaki. So in Sumeria, the civilization that we believe is the oldest that we know, but there's lots of suggestions there's civilizations before the Sumerian one. However, they had the cuneiform script, the nail script, and this was later a language that could be translated, and therefore there's lots of stories. For example, the story of Gilgamesh from Babylon seems to be backdated to the Sumerian culture as well. Anyway, there's a name of a group of deities that are commonly meant to be princely offspring or royal offspring, or maybe literally offspring, progeny, seed of princes. And it was likely pronounced as Anunnaki and became part of the Akkadian language. And Anunnaki is now a genetic inflection of this word. So the Anunnaki were believed to be the offspring of An, which was the prime sky deity, and the earth goddess Ki. And some people even identify Ki with the Sumerian mother goddess Ninhursag. But also that Ki and Ninhursag were the same figure, so go figure. So the oldest of the Anunnaki was Enlil, the god of the air and the chief god of the Sumerian pantheon. And so the Sumerians believed that at one stage the god Enlil was born, and at that moment heaven and earth were inseparable. However, Enlil split heaven and earth in two and carried away the earth while his father and carried away the sky. So it's almost like people were an integrated whole between maybe spiritual knowledge, knowledge from out of time, out of space, and earthly, and then one moment in time, there is a split. Now, second picture there is a depiction of Archangel Michael, and he's killing the Watchers. So there is a book called the Book of Enoch, and in this book there's a story that there are 200 angels or messengers, and they are referred to as the Watchers, and they watch the guardians of humans who live on Earth, and they descend down to Mount Harmon and violate divine law by taking human wives. So again, there's this interbreeding that is possible. And then there is talk about forbidden knowledge. They broke the law even more. They taught humans metallurgy so they could make weapons, sorcery, alchemy, astrology, astronomy. And this meant from now on there was violence and corruption, apparently. Then the offspring between the Watchers and their human wives were called Nephilim. And it was an offspring that was giant of size, and they started consuming the human resources and even humans themselves. So this caused immense suffering. So then God instructed his archangels, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel, to bind the Watchers in earthly prisons and destroy the giant Nephilim. Now the Watchers are not very afraid. And then they asked the patriarch Enoch to intercede with God on their behalf. Their request for forgiveness is denied. And what is later believed is that this narrative then explains the origin of evil and also the necessity of the flood. And there's the story of Noah, etc., etc. So later more about Enoch, but I thought that is just a very interesting idea of giant people and god-like people coming originally from the sky who then interbreed with humans. But also because of that, we now have evil. Anyway, even in the Hindu tradition, there's giant gods. And one god I'll mention there, and I have the picture of, is Hanuman, and he's a very revered Hindu deity. And you can also see he's a monkey god, because the Anunnaki as well were anthropomorphic. So they were like half human, half animal, that have very much human traits. And a lot of people believe this goes back to the civilization of Atlantis, where they were experimenting with genetics and created half human, half animal beings. Anyway, not the idea that I want to go into too much, but yeah, a monkey god. So in the Hindu stories, there's also monkey armies, where monkey armies sent to Sri Lanka to punish them because they stole the beautiful woman of the blue god. So anyway, Hanuman symbolizes immense strength and wavering devotion, and in Hindu that's the term bhakti, selfless service, particular to the Lord Rama. So he's a central figure in the Ramayana, an avatar of Shiva and the son of Vaju, the wind god, and so he's worshipped for courage, protection, and loyalty. So I just quickly wanted to put that in. There's this broad story through lots of cultures, and that is part of our collective consciousness. That's part of our own conscious, and it still can drive us unless you go in there, bring it up, become aware of it, and now reprogram yourself, reprogram your elephant. Self-awareness and possibilities. That's where transformation happens. That's where healing happens. All right, back to the next section. And now we know a bit more about what I discovered about mythology, this world of gods, but the god could mate with humans. So what sort of gods are they? Are they really extraterrestrials, like some people suggest, like Eric von Däniken? Were the gods cosmonauts? Not sure if you followed that in the 1970s, 60s even. So anyway, then we see that these gods mostly like the human females. Yahweh even asked for 32 virgins as a payment. Interesting. Like some of people in my uni classes say, it's all written by males. Anyway, I won't go into that. But it's the idea that humans must be punished. Like, even in the story with the Watchers, where the Watchers were the ones that went wrong, humans were punished as well. So they lived for 900 years, 700 years, but the gods decided, after all this forbidden stuff was happening, humans were only allowed to live 120 years. Okay, but I want to have a look at Genesis, and I put knowledge, power, and forbidden knowledge. So I've got 3 little segments there. The first one, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So that's Genesis chapter 2, 16 and 17. But then the serpent enters and said, God knows that when you eat, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. And it's like, ooh, that same story with the Watchers. Suddenly, the humans were giving knowledge. Oh, can't have that. Anyway, this was in Genesis chapter 3, 5, and so they eat. And Yahweh responds, oh, the human has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and live forever. Genesis 3:22. So what is the deal here? Are we just meant to be submissive slaves, working hard for the gods? And oh, don't let us find out too much. There was a movie called The Planet of the Apes back in the 20th century. And the Planet of the Apes were used in slave labor, and the controlling people thought, we're making them a bit more intelligent. Let's engineer their DNA so they can be more effective. But once they did that, the apes got enough intelligence to realize how they were exploited, and a big rebellion started. So it's a bit like that, perhaps. All right, here's a journaling prompt on all these sky people, these gods from the heavens. But are they gods or are they people as well? Because they interact with humans, breed with humans. So were human beings engineered by sky people, deliberately modified to become obedient and controllable? So what is in your unconscious? Although we're living in 2026, our unconscious is collective. And in my near-death experience, I came to see that all time goes on all the time. So this stuff is actually influencing us, if you ask me, right in every moment. Now, there's a guy named Paul Wallace. He was with the Anglican Church for 40 years or so, and he argues that ancient Mesopotamian texts, it's where Sumeria is and Babylon and all those countries, include the Epic of Gilgamesh, tell a different story about the birth of civilization, different than we are used to from school. A story involving non-human beings, the sky people, agricultural revolutions, and a sudden transformation of wild humans into city-dwelling societies. Were we self-domesticated through agriculture? Or were we guided and engineered for a purpose. I've got a little clip from one of Paul Wallace's publications. He has a YouTube channel, so you can look him up, and he's also written 4 or even 5 books. Okay, here we go.
If we read the Babylonian stories of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis tablets, an ancient story of our domestication emerges. These narratives suggest that human beings were indeed domesticated thousands of years ago in association with our move into city living and our discovery of agriculture. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Shamhat finds Enkidu, the wild human, living in the wild alongside the animals. And through befriending him and introducing him to different foods, and through bonding him with herself, she then prepares him to live in the city alongside the sky people. Shamhat is not a human being, she is a sky person.
And then early in life, I came across the teachings of Epicrius, and he lived 341 to 270 years before the Common Era. And Epicurus stated that the fear of death and divine punishment is the primary source of human anxiety. Oh my word. So all these stories where the humans gain knowledge, whether it's written down in the Sumerian accounts, the story of Gilgamesh, the watchers in the book of Enoch, doesn't matter where. It's incredible. So this guy, Epicurus, lived in those days and was very well aware of this fear of death and divine punishment, with the idea that even after you die, you live on and you will be judged and more than likely punished. So I'm not a true expert when it comes to Greek philosophers, but I have a little clip from an expert. Before that, very quickly, the resolution that Epicurus gave was the so-called tetrapharmakon. So it's a 4-stage remedy, tetrapharmakon remedy. Don't fear the gods, they really don't care about you anyway. And too much busy messing around with each other. So don't fear the gods. Don't worry about death, because once you're dead, you're dead. Can't experience it anymore because you're dead. And what is good is easy to get, and what is terrible is easy to endure. So let's just listen to the expert now.
So Epicurus was a Greek philosopher who lived in the late 4th and early 3rd centuries BCE. He was the founder of the aptly named Epicurean school of philosophy, which was one of the major schools of Hellenistic philosophy. The Hellenistic period in Western philosophy is the one that follows in the centuries after Alexander the Great, when Alexander's conquests had brought the Greek city-state system to an end, but also had spread Greek knowledge and learning across the Eastern Mediterranean and across the Middle East. So one of the central preoccupations of the Hellenistic period was with what they called ataraxia, or tranquility or freedom from disturbance. The thought was that these different Hellenistic schools, Epicureanism was one, Stoicism was another major one, skepticism another major one. All of them were concerned with finding tranquility, finding a way of living, a way of thinking, a way of being that would bring about inner peace. But they weren't simply aiming at inner peace. They were usually building sophisticated systems of thought around which they could advocate this idea of ataraxia. So, for example, Epicurus advocated a materialistic worldview. He thought that there was nothing in the world except matter, and that matter was ultimately composed of atoms. He also maintained that the gods, although they exist, have no interest in our lives. And so we're just living out these material lives in the absence of any kind of supernatural powers or supernatural entities. And for Epicurus, the main good in life is pleasure. This is why we, to this day, use the word Epicurean to describe an interest in various kinds of refined pleasures. But for Epicurus, the best pleasures aren't actually rich food and drink and sex and all of the rest. They're rather much more simple and modest pleasures, most notably just the freedom from pain. If you're free from pain, you're at peace, you found ataraxia, you're happy. He also advocated friendship as a stable source of value. But the thought was that all these more exciting pleasures ultimately lead to more pain in the long run. So if you're a wise and sophisticated pleasure seeker, as Epicurus sought to be, you'll set aside those desires for the rich pleasures and pursue the simpler, subtler pleasures of friendship and freedom from disturbance. Epicurus's ethical teachings were later summed up in what's known as the Tetrapharmakos, the four-part remedy. And it goes like this: don't fear the gods, don't fear death, the good is easy to obtain, and the bad is easy to enjoy.
At the age of 10, I started feeling a sense of a pressure, like a blob, a ball of energy perhaps behind my sacrum. So I told my mum, and it didn't go away. And she took me to a chiropractor, took x-rays and everything, and couldn't find anything wrong. And often I took my fist and was pounding on it, trying to make this ball move, but nothing would shift. So then, at the age of 13, my mother started practicing transcendental meditation. And I asked her what it was, and she said, well, it's a meditation technique. She was given a secret mantra to focus on, and she could not tell anyone. To me, it was like, it's a money-making thing. But in essence, I said, what do you do? Well, it's that you still your mind, you stop having thoughts. So I heard it in the afternoon, and later on I was lying in bed and thought, I'll try this. So I disengaged from the part of my brain that has thoughts, and right in that instant, I had this surge of energy coming from my pelvis, shooting straight up, very powerfully, through my head, and out. And I learned later on that is what is called a Kundalini awakening. So it's an awakening of energy, spiritual energy, the base of the spine, and then it goes through all the chakras, the top of your head. Well, I didn't really experience all these chakras, but I did experience that surge of energy going from the base of the spine through the top of my head. And yeah, in the Eastern tradition, they describe it as a spine. I would rather describe it as, as a snake. I would rather describe it as a dolphin. But anyway, that's me, and that's my bias. But maybe it was like those dolphins whirling around the anchors at the island of Delos. Probably not, but it would be sort of fitting in with the story if it was. But anyway, I had this at the age of 13. So now we're just faced with all this information already that I had at the age of 13. there's lots of other things. I had visited the Holy Land, Israel, before that, Egypt with the pyramids, Thebes and Luxor, Karnak, and all the different tombs. I've seen lots and lots and lots of different things. Rome and Italy and parts of Europe, you name it. However, I've just picked out some of the more significant ones in the investigation to see who am I in reality. So here we go. I definitely can attest through this last experience that I'm a spiritual being as much as I have this body. And spirit really in the old days meant energy. But then you go to different thought systems and perspectives and visions and religions, and then spirit can mean different things. So yeah, some in the Greek way of thinking often was thought of a ghost or a spirit even. So yeah, I won't go into that, but I need to put it in here, and I'll provide you now with a journaling prompt as well. In 1984, I spent time in United States of America, predominantly the West Coast. I stayed at Portland, Oregon, then traveled down to 101 through Northern California, Mount Shasta, all the way to San Francisco and St. Simeon, but also the Mule Woods and all the beautiful places there and communes, and then from there on to Los Angeles, where I went to Glendale to have a reading done by Wayne and Bella, and they had established an organization called the Fellowship of Universal Guidance. So they started this in 1960, but I went there in 1984, and this reading was called the Three Selves reading. So a little bit more of that in a minute, but yeah, they were called a metaphysical group, and they were among the early groups to align itself with the New Age movement. So among the people associated with the fellowship in the 1960s was David Spangler. As a young student, Spangler learned to channel under the guidance of the fellowship and was still associated with them when the entity John began to speak through him, and then Spangler carried on understanding of the New Age development relationship to Wayne and Bella to Findhorn in 1970. So if you don't have heard of Findhorn, look it up. It was quite famous in the New Age days, and David Spangler became one of the major spokespersons for the New Age movement in the United States. So I've highlighted a few points that the fellowship put forward, and then I'll show you also a little video of Wayne explaining the three selves. Don't worry if you don't get it all. And I'll show you a little video where you can hear Bella speak. So Bella spoke very, very broken English. Wayne would ask the entity that Bella would channel questions pertaining to the three self reading, and then I go into the outcome of that three selves reading and the influence it had on me. But the purpose here is to create a bridge between parallel lives and the present one. They made a statement that the ratio of data stored within the unconscious mind relative to the conscious mind is 10 billion to 1. So yeah, I saw that in my near-death experience. And it's also something that Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist, brings forward, that we have this shadow, this big elephant that is our unconscious. We're just a little rider on top, but so much information in there. And once you start looking at your shadow, you bring it to your awareness, healing is possible. So awareness is the greatest agent for change, and none of us are native to this planet. Yay, that's my confirmation bias. I'm not from here. Yay. Want more people to agree with me. And also we are spiritual beings, so we temporarily get to planet Earth, but this is not our home. Okay, let's look at a few clips of Wayne explaining the three selves reading, and just a short clip so you can see what I mean. That it's very hard to understand Bella when she speaks.
Following is a metaphysical approach to the field of consciousness, as represented on the chart in front of you. In order to properly understand this work, it's necessary to consider a few points. First of all, to accept the law of karma. And by karma, we refer to action and reaction, the law of cause and effect, or as the Bible refers to it, as you sow, so shall you reap. Secondly, the theory of reincarnation and or re-embodiment, and they are not the same. The soul, the spirit, the higher self, the conscious self, and the basic self are the component parts of our journey upon the earth. None of us are native to the earth planet. We feel that there is intelligent life existing in all of the planets within our solar system. And the earth planet then is likened unto a school where we as soulic entities journey back and forth into the earth's experience of dual polarity, positive and negative polarity, for learning until such a time as the soul has learned all that it's required to learn. We create.
It's
Like a wheel. Yes.
It's caught on the subconscious level and causes our unconscious becoming armed to the obsession of possession. In other words, the entire thing is involved with our subconscious memory. It's got the power what is talking.
So my three self reading revealed that the high self was symbolically in line with the idea of Zarathustra or Zoroaster. So go into that in a sec. And the conscious self, Balder. And the basic selves apparently were androgynous, a male and a female on a single stone, which was the highest that basic selves could accomplish, so yay. And the origins were Davidic, angelic, and also outer spatial from the constellation of Delphi. So yeah, there we go again. That's the third big hit for Delphinus. First a bit about Zarathustra or Zoroaster. So historically and religiously, apparently he was a religious reformer in the ancient Persia. Persia is now in modern-day Iran. And whose teaching shifted the region from polytheism to the worship of a single supreme deity. And the date and the origin is typically placed between 1500 and 1600 years before the Common Era. Okay, so the core philosophy of his teachings center on a cosmic struggle between good and evil. Ahura Mazda being the wise lord or the good, and Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit or evil. Now, he then proposes the way to live is to follow a threefold path. So he emphasized personal responsibility through the practice of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. So the legacy around Zarathustra or Zoroaster really is that his ideas where there is judgment after death, there is heaven and there is hell, and a coming Messiah. So obviously this significantly influenced later religions like Judaism, Christianity, and also Islam. Now, there is a German philosopher called Friedrich Nietzsche, and he produced a work that in English says, "Thus spoke Zarathustra," or German, "Also sprach Zarathustra." And Nietzsche uses the prophet as a fictional mouthpiece to undo the morality he originally created. So Nietzsche chose Zarathustra because he was the first to view the struggle between good and evil as a metaphysical force. So in Nietzsche's mind, he should be the first then to recognize this as an error. So the key concepts from Nietzsche and the ideas Nietzsche introduces as now famous ideas is the Übermensch, a superior human who creates their own values, so superhuman, and the death of God, the decline of religious authority in the modern world. And then there's the eternal recurrence, the concept that all events in life will repeat themselves infinitely. And then the primary driving force in humans is the will to power. Now, if you ever watched the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, the opening music is from Richard Strauss, and he created that music inspired by Nietzsche's book Also sprach Zarathustra, and so the music is named Also sprach Zarathustra. Cool. So that's the story on Zarathustra. So it's very, very interesting to me because it really tackles all this religious dogma and that when you die, you will get judged on your behavior and your deeds, this kind of stuff. And researchers of the Judaic religions explained to me that the school of thought in Judaism, in the Jewish culture, as far as it doesn't matter what you do when on planet Earth, when you die and you move to the astral realms or to the heavens, it's fine. You won't be judged or anything like that. Beautiful, you're back home, great. But then this new school of thought came in, and of course the Jewish people lived in exile in Babylon in those areas and were influenced by this monotheism. There's only one God, and dear oh dear, if you don't stick to these rules of being a good person or the 10 commandments as Moses extended them, there's trouble in your afterlife. So this is really, really cool because I had this unexplanatory fear of God. I was not religious, but I just had this energy, this fear of God. And now it became clear to me this needs to be undone. It's living as a uber ego of a higher self, a conscientious self that you need to be a good person, a goody. If you're not a goody, if you don't do what you're told, you're going to be in problems. If you're not being the slave we engineered you to be, you're going to be in problem. So yeah, great discovery and a great challenge for a transformation. Now, the conscious self was Balder. So Balder is primarily known as a god in both the Germanic and Norse mythologies, and often symbolizes light, joy, purity, beauty, fairness, being wise, being beloved. All the gods loved Balder. And so he was the son of Odin and Frigg. Now, Frigg was very afraid that the trickster Loki would cause his death. So Balder had a death brother, and Loki set him up to kill him with an arrow of the mistletoe. So his mother had made him invincible. Nothing could hurt him. So the god would shoot arrows at him, throw daggers at him, spears or whatever, and nothing would harm him. But the one little plant that wasn't included by Frigg to not harm Balder was the mistletoe. So of course Loki finds out, and then the blind brother, hot of Balder, shoots this arrow, kills Balder, which it then initiates the end of the world, the Ragnarok, if I pronounce it well, Ragnarok. Yes, so Balder then becomes the kind of idea of the resurrection. So death of the old, but also a new beginning. But it also indicates a thin layer of veneer, the vulnerability of goodness, that although everyone loves goodness, it also is very vulnerable and it can be killed. So, interesting. I do feel like I like to be good and helpful on these kind of things. It makes me feel good and it resonates with me. So yeah, Balder. And of course then the basic self. So I've got male and female aspects there in my unconscious. They come together. It's not like I'm just a strong male or strong female, but it's blended together. So Delphic people are the people who look after plants and trees and all that kind of stuff. And I must say I've always had a love for gardening, and I love essential oils, I love aromatherapy. So maybe that's why. Now, angelic means to be a messenger, to be a guide. So angels to me are not these winged individuals, but it's basically a package, just a support package, a support kit of vibrations and information that are very, very helpful. So you could think it's also a guide. And of course then the outer spatial connection with Delphinus. Brilliant. What I later discovered when I went to see Martin Wouters, he was a very expert homeopath and iridologist for a homeopathic constitutional remedy. So constitutional remedy should be the remedy that heals it all. And he came up with NatMer, which is Natrium muriaticum, or kitchen salt, really, in a very high vibration of LM6, if I remember well. And that remedy is when you have a strong sense of justice, of what's right and what's wrong. So maybe that's the Zarathustra thing. But also a strong emotional sensitivity and a reserved nature. A tendency to hold on to the past. It's the heartbreak remedy. And it is for someone who internalizes deep sadness and a sympathy is avoided and maybe suppresses emotions. So maybe that's the death of Balder. I'm not sure. Just to be clear, when I first heard about these beings like Zoroaster and Balder, um, never heard of them before. Galen, never heard of before. Enoch, never heard of him before. So this information is sort of what I learned over many, many, many years. But for this podcast, I think it's right just to give it to you all at once. So hopefully it makes clear how these influences were important in my role on planet Earth. And later on, when I've dealt with Epicurus, and also I have dealt with essentialism and nihilism in the Gitas and the near-death experiences, I will go into what this is all for, or maybe what it is not for. So anyway, here we go. First about Galen. So Galen was sometimes called as alias Galenus, which is the Latin version, I believe, and then there's also Claudius Galen. So look, I don't know, it doesn't really make a difference. So this particular character was considered to be one of the most accomplished of all medical researchers of antiquity. He is best known for being the most influential exponent of the ancient world's cumbersome medieval or medical doctrines, especially humoral theory. So humoral theory was like there's 4 elements: water, air, earth, and so forth. And when 2 elements combine, you get humor in the body. And the humor was not just a fluid, it was also an emotional and mental way of being. So the 4 humors were sanguine, or blood, melancholy, which is black bile, choler, which is bile, and phlegm, which we now think of as snot. So if you had too much phlegm, you would be phlegmatic. If you had too much black bile, you would be melancholic. So to get rid of the black bile, which was your blood in your veins, you would put leeches on your veins to remove the excess of the black bile, the excess melancholy, and yeah, cumbersome. it's a mild word for it. But he was also famous for many subtle anatomical discoveries, as well as mistakes about human anatomy and physiology. But he wrote a huge codex and books writing this all down on anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, neurology, philosophy, and also logic. So he was really a tireless interrogator of, or investigator of, his patients. And in my life, I ended up not just only graduating with a doctorate in medicine, so that's not a bachelor's degree, that's a doctorate degree, but particularly entering learning and development, because over my life I realized what I'm good at is gathering information and putting it in a way that is easy to understand and comprehend and to use practically, at least for myself and most of my colleagues. But a lot of students that I work with have given me that feedback. Yes, so that's the idea of Galen. Now, the other person there is Enoch. So Enoch is a really interesting person because he's like a patriarch. He's 7 generations from Adam, and he's just mentioned in a few lines in the book of Genesis. Like, Enoch was of this lineage and he walked with God, and that's about it. So then later there was the Nag Hammadi, the books that were found in Egypt, 1800 and something. there were these 5 books that collectively were called the Books of Enoch. And it's, to me, a lot of marketing. Let's just associate these books with someone that's really important, Enoch. And Enoch was later said that when he was transcended into the heavens with the sky people, became Melchizedek, and Melchizedek is another figure in the Bible that only has a few lines. So yeah, very, very, very interesting. But basically, his role in these books of Enoch, he's a mediator between the watchers, the fallen angels. So these were like messengers from the sky people, gods, that were given the assignment to watch, to observe, and give feedback back on the guardians of humankind. So apparently humankind and the population of the earth was divided over different sky people, or Anunnaki. Then there was the Nephilim, the giants. It goes on and on and on. So Yahweh was one of these particular figures, and the Yahweh took control over the Hebrew people. All right, so anyway, Galen was asked by the Watchers, who were violators of the divine law, apparently, because they gave knowledge to humanity. He was asked to plead with the God for forgiveness and to let him free, and God said, no, not doing it. So that's kind of a little bit of the story of Enoch. But to me, what did for me was like look at other books being written about Enoch, and there's a guy named R.R. Hertek, and he had an out-of-body experience, almost like a mystical experience, maybe a near-death experience, and he wrote down in his book about the Merkaba vehicles and all that stuff, and also the keys of Enoch, which were basically Hebrew letters. And if you meditate on these Hebrew letters, they were like portals to exit life on planet Earth and to go into other realms. So to me, like Enoch is a little bit like related to the story of Apollo, who then used his wisdom, and he was a god, and he passed that on to humankind, so they could heal themselves. So Enoch really had knowledge of what was happening with the sky gods, and a mediator between even the people who were being punished for enlightening, or at least educating, humanity. So, okay, that's the information that I got from there, and these are guides. So I asked Wayne from the fellowship, what does it really mean? He said, well, you're not really communicating with the real person, but all the knowledge that these two people, Galen and Enoch, have gathered in their lifetime is kept in their Akashic records and is most useful for your life as it is set out before you came into this embodiment of Michael. So when all that was told to me, I must admit it was just concept words, couldn't really say. Oh yeah, right, thank you, that makes sense now. But over the years, and looking back, I can see like, okay, Galen, that's similar like with this podcast. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm taking important information as I see it, and I'm storing it, recording it, so it doesn't get lost. And it's just not my personal story. I am an academic, so I've always looked for the evidence that is available through researchers and academics all over the world, and particular ones who are highly regarded. That's the information I use. But I'm telling my own story as an example, like I said at the beginning of this podcast, just to help everyone out to see how certain information can be useful for journaling prompts and mind mapping. Okay, and I've said to put this in something that's easier to understand, at least for me and a few people I've tried this out, and with a few people over 1,000. But yeah, what's 1,000 people on 8 billion? It's not a lot. So what if the high self in this three self model is equal to our conscience, or it may be even better, the Über-Ich or super ego, as it is translated in English, from the psychoanalytical theory of Sigmund Freud. So this super ego or Über-Ich governs our personality. It operates on the morality principle, managing unconscious drives, rational thoughts, and also moral constraints. So let's just go on a bit further into it. So in Freud's psychoanalytical theory, the it is entirely unconscious and acts as a reservoir of instinctual drives, seeking immediate gratification of primal needs like hunger, libido, aggression. So we don't call this emotions in psychology or neuroscience, but affects without regard for consequences. So what if this basic self or selves are symbolic of this it? And then the next part of psychoanalytical theory, the conscious self, or so-called the ego, is constantly in conflict, mediating between the intense desires of the id, all these effects, and the moral restrictions of the Über-Ich. So in the theory of the three selves, the high self can possess the conscious self, and the basic self can obsess the conscious self, right? So the conscious self can be totally locked in by all these moral, ethical, maybe religious ideas, and particular behavior can be constricted. Like monks blocking themselves because they have sexual desires because of their moral compass. Yeah, so you can be really constrained and possessed by it. So in my example, Zoroaster, and I needed Nietzsche to free myself and to see that awakening is for me to step in my true self, my authentic self, having the creative power that the original creator of all things has as well. And then the basic selves can obsess the conscious self. So these are the sirens, maybe, out of the Odysseys, all of this distractions to keep my soul bound to all the wonderful things that there are on planet Earth, and not return to my original self. And therefore people were like, oh, sexual desire is wrong. And of course it's not. You need to let that come into your awareness and integrate it properly. All right, so if you're possessed or you're obsessed, that's of course a highly undesirable state and may lead to much suffering. So let's look at a few journaling prompts. So journaling prompts on the id, ego, and Über-Ich, or the three selves. So firstly, write about the raw energy of desire, anger, attraction, hunger, or avoidance in you without judging it. So in my case, the devic, or rebellious, angelic and outer spatial, in my case, Delphinus, part of my own conscience. Yeah, and we saw previously, in my case, the connections that led to. And from my point of view, these are in our collective conscious anyway. So that could very much apply to you in a stronger or lesser sense. Then write on the conscious self or ego, according to Freud, and how you try to maintain balance and coherence in daily life. And then thirdly, turn to the inner voice that evaluates right and wrong. Does it feel like guidance, criticism, wisdom, or pressure perhaps? And so finally, when my impulses and reasoning mind and conscious speak, which voice tends to dominate? There you go. So let's recap what we've covered so far. It's really amazing and interesting, significant life events that all sort of have a different angle on pointing out my psychological makeup, maybe my my personality. And personality is interesting as well because it comes from the Etruscan word persona, which means mask. And of course, in the drama and comedy plays, the actors would wear masks to make it clear what kind of character they were enacting in the play. So all of that taken in, I still was very thoroughly anchored, almost immovable in this conviction, maybe, that I am not from here, and much further than that, that I felt really played, that things were orchestrating itself and enacting out, whereas like the entire universe in the know, but myself and maybe my fellow humans, absolutely not. So I don't know if you recall, but in the beginning I said it felt like a huge amnesia, no longer remembering who or what I am. And the question that comes forth from that sensation of not being from here and being played is why? Why, if we have to learn lessons and grow and work things out, do we come in not remembering any of that, not remembering that we'll see later that apparently we choose for that, we set ourselves up with that, we agree to that, there's contracts, some people say for amount of time, and why don't we know? Who is born and knows about all this stuff? It is just crazy. I mean, the natural conclusion is, hey, I'm being played and really not happy because I seem to have no say into it. And then at the end of the days, why? So I came across a book from the Old Testament in the Bible. It's called Ecclesiastes. And it hones in on one particular word: meaningless. Meaningless, utterly meaningless. Everything is meaningless. And in a minute, I'll show a little clip of Alex O'Connor presenting. He's a theologian and also a philosopher, and he has a YouTube channel, tons of followers, and yeah, all of that. Just to give his angle on the same situation, but it's almost nihilism. So nihilism doesn't mean that because you think everything is meaningless, you can't think, why is this happening? Why do we need to do this? Who set this all off? If I'm created in the likeness of God, what am I doing as a human being? Feeling not powerful whatsoever. So meaningless, apparently it's a word called havel. I don't know the Hebrew language or the Aramaic language, but apparently it seems to be meaning wind. So for me it's like ephemeral, just it comes and goes. Everything in life. It doesn't mean to get into it and then enjoy it and give it your 100%. But that at the end of every moment, why? And it seems so feeble. You can be totally happy and before you know it, the rock is pulled from underneath your feet. Let's just say what Alex O'Connor has.
Old Testament. Just this nihilistic outpouring. Meaningless. Everything is meaningless, says the teacher. But Ecclesiastes takes us through the reflections of this man, this anonymous author. Some have tried to identify him, but it doesn't really matter who it is. We know that he was a great man, a king. He lived an illustrious life, but he saw no meaning in it. And he keeps coming back to this word, hevel, which means literally something like wind, right? And so it's translated as vanity by the King James. Vanity of vanities. Everything is vanity. I've heard some exegetes think that the best modern translation of that word, hevel, in Hebrew, is actually absurd, in alignment with Camus' rubbing up of our expectations against the great iconoclast of reality, which just shatters all of our expectations. But meaningless, everything is meaningless is one translation. Absurd, everything is absurd is my favorite. Because he's describing these things. He's like, I denied my eyes no pleasure that they saw. If I wanted something, I took it. I drank wine, I partied, I lived life. But in the end, I saw that it was all hevel. It was all just wind. It's just nothing. It just happens, and then it's gone. And it doesn't mean anything. And clearly, whoever penned this text is struggling deeply with the exact same nihilistic themes that we talk about today. And for him, this is a piece of religious scripture. So there's this undertone. He keeps saying that under the sun, there is nothing. There's no meaning. There's no purpose to any of this. It's where we get the phrase, nothing new under the sun. Under the sun is this phrase that keeps showing up in Ecclesiastes. And some have suggested that this is supposed to indicate that on earth, separate from the heavenly realm, there's no ultimate purpose to this. But interestingly, at the very end of Ecclesiastes, there's this passage where someone is, we've heard the teacher speak, Kohelet. We've heard this teacher speak and talk about how meaningless everything is. And then at the end, there's a commentary on this teacher's sort of treatise. And it says that everything he said was upright and true. Everything he said was correct, essentially. But the solution is this: fear God and keep his commandments. And there's no explanation as to why that would solve the problem. There's no mechanism as to what that would change. But the most interesting thing is that it seems to suggest that everything that this guy was saying was true, that it is all just wind, but that somehow by just fearing God and keeping his commandments, you have somehow solved the problem. I don't think that that's a very satisfying solution, but then I think that that is the great theme of nihilistic literature.
Moving on from this reflection that everything in our human life is fundamentally meaningless, and you don't have to agree with that, of course. You can say, no, this is all for the glory of God, and whatever. And we go into that more when we look at purpose and meaning in episode 2. But moving on, the next influence on me was scientific research, academic research, as I work towards a doctorate degree in medicine. And one way of defining consciousness is what's on the screen, that it's not a passive reflection of reality, but rather a very rich and predictive as a best guess, and deeply embodied process. So process is a very significant word in this description, that continuously constructs both the world and the self. So let's just listen in how Annaka Harris puts this.
When we feel like a self that is actually somehow separate from the physical world, even though we intellectually understand that that's not the case, there's this intuition, there's this feeling, there's this illusion that there's this I. This is related to the illusion of free will, and the illusion of free will and self are really two sides of the same coin. It's the sense that we are a solid entity, an unchanging entity that exists someplace in our body and takes ownership of our body and even ownership of our brain rather than being identical to our brain, which we know to be the case. And this illusion confuses us about our place in nature and the state of reality on many different levels.
These next statements are not some kind of ethereal, spiritual knowledge being challenged to our human consciousness. This is the result of scientific research that is very well accepted and respected by many experts in neuroscience and also to a degree in psychology. But the brain never sees the world, only signals. That's a fact. Indisputable. So my question is, what is it like to be you? What is it like to be me? Not what you do, not what I do, not what you believe, not what I believe, but what it feels like. To sense, to perceive, to think, to exist. The brain, my brain, your brain, everyone's brain, is locked inside the skull and has no direct access to reality. Therefore, perception cannot simply be read from the world or from our internal world, our internal bodily environment. It must be built from the inside out. This is fact too. It's indisputable. And like I said, it's not some kind of ethereal ancient knowledge. It's the result of modern research. So this leads then to one of the most important ideas in modern neuroscience. And that is that perception is a controlled hallucination. So let's just briefly listen to Anil Seth and how he introduces this same idea.
I mean, who am I? Who is anyone, really? When I wake up in the morning and open my eyes, a world appears. And these days, since I've hardly been anywhere, it's a very familiar world. There's the wardrobe beyond the end of the bed, the shuttered windows, and the shrieking of seagulls, which drives Brighton residents like me absolutely crazy. But even more familiar is the experience of being a self, of being me, that glides into existence at almost the same time. Now, this experience of selfhood is so mundane that its appearance is usually just happens without us noticing at all. We take ourselves for granted, but we shouldn't. How things seem is not how they are. For most of us, most of the time, it seems as though the self, yourself, is an enduring and unified entity, in essence, a unique identity. Perhaps it seems as though the self is the recipient of wave upon wave of perceptions, as if the world just pours itself into the mind through the transparent windows of the senses. Perhaps it seems as though the self is the decision maker in chief, deciding what to do next and then doing it, or, as the case may be, doing something else. We sense, we think, and we act. This is how things seem. How things are is very different, and the story of how and why this is so is what I want to give you a flavor of today. In this story, the self is not the thing that does the perceiving. The self is a perception too, or rather, it's a collection of related perceptions. Experiences of the self and of the world turn out to be kinds of controlled hallucinations, brain-based best guesses that remain tied to the world and the body in ways determined not by their accuracy, but by their utility, by their usefulness for the organism in the business of staying alive.
Let's go through this and have a reasonable pace so we can let this all sink in. So perception is a controlled hallucination, and with that is meant a best guess. Right. This controlled hallucination has been shaped and tested and anchored by sensory signals, but it's still generated from within. So how does it work? Well, the brain is constantly making predictions, best guesses, about the cause of its sensory input. So for example, you might hear a loud bang. So that's an outcome. Okay? You might see it rain. That's an outcome. But then the brain makes a best guess about what caused that outcome. So in case of a bang, It depends about your past experiences and insights, how you can interpret that. So if you think a loud bang is because someone claps their hands together loudly, then that will be it. There's no other possibility. It will be hands clapping. But you may have other possibilities, like a doors banging shut, a car crashing, thunder, and so forth and so forth. So we call this emotional and cognitive intelligence. So the more possibilities you've gathered over time allow your brain to make better guesses about the cause of a certain outcome. But still, it constantly makes these predictions. This is what happens. This is what's going to happen. Trying to work out the cause of its sensory input. So internally, it might get a low pH. It is to acid. Now it's guessing why that is. Not just to respond to it by, for example, hyperventilation to blow off carbon dioxide and make blood more alkaline, and let the kidneys work over time to remove acid from the blood as well. It's trying to work out what is going on. So it makes a best guess and then further incoming signals correct the brain when its guesses are off. Right? So we hear a loud bang, we might think it's thunder, walk to the window or to a balcony or outdoors and we see the sun is shining or we have a clear sky. Okay, it could not have been thunder. Maybe someone was watching a movie and in the movie there was a loud bang, even a thunderstorm. All right, get my idea? We just guess it. Okay. But we experience the brain's guesses, not raw sensory data. So, perception is a best guess. We never see reality as it is. We experience our brain's constructed model of the world. Now, don't see this as a flaw. I don't see it as a flaw. It's a feature, and that's how it is looked upon in neuroscience. It's a feature. Evolution did not shape us to see the truth. It shaped us to survive and procreate. And this applies even to time. There are no time receptors in the brain. Once more, there are no time receptors in the brain. The brain doesn't record time. We infer time from the changing rhythm of our perceptions. So therefore, time too is a controlled hallucination. Now, from there, the next step is to realize that the self is a hallucination too. This sense of self that I have, like Annaka said, it's not just out there, some ethereal thing. No, it is actually constructed by my brain very cleverly. So if the world we perceive is a story the brain tells, then we must face the deep fact that the self is a hallucination too. It feels as though there is a solid self inside, an inner witness, an author, a thinker in the head. However, the self is also a construction, a special kind of hallucination. Why must we experience it? Ever go back to the Ecclesiastes? Well, I'm not too sure. But I very clearly have no scientific evidence from, for example, now neuroscience, that this is not my authentic self. This is a self that's been created, that's been giving me the sense of even being played. And the brain that's constructed doesn't really care that I've discovered that I'm being played, because the realization of being played does not stop it from happening, and also doesn't cause me to remember who I am in truth. All right, the self is not the witness, yet part of the show. It's not one hallucination, but layers of them. There's this body self, the feeling of being a body. this is who I am, my skin is where I stop, and then the outside world starts. There's an emotional sense of self. Moods and affect that track our internal states. Remember, affect are things like hunger and libido and anger and that kind of thing. And then there's the perceptional self, the sense of being a first-person subject. We're even a cognitive of ourselves, and a volitional self, the sense of agency and intention that we're the ones making the decisions, although it's not true. These decisions we make are constructed in our brains based on what we want most. And by the time we become aware of the decision, the brain very, very, very cleverly constructed. So we feel that we are making that decision, although it's not so. The narrative self, the remembered past and imagined future. So the brain sticks together past memories and predictions and anticipations of the future, and it gives us this narrative self, the story of the self, or the ego, as Freud called it. And then the social self, who we are in the minds of others. And all these layers bind together into a single, seemingly unified identity. So let's look a little bit more on volition. So we feel that we act according to our own will, that our choices come from within and could have been otherwise. This feeling of volition is central to being human. But volition too arises from predictive processes. The brain generates actions the same way it generates perceptions. By prediction and control, it models the body, forecasts outcomes, and selects among possibilities, like I tried to illustrate before. What is causing an outcome? What is causing a bang? Selecting among possibilities. But it can also be possibilities of next move, next behavior. Am I going to judge this person as bad or evil, or am I looking at it differently? Have I maybe included my own shadow and see that there's lots of things that are not so nice about myself and possible behaviors, and therefore it's easier to see through all these negative aspects of the behavior of others. Anyway, we'll go into that in another podcast. But the experience of willing, the sense that I am doing this, is itself a perception. It's a useful perception, but perception nonetheless. So let's see how Bernard Astrup sees this idea that I just put forward.
There is no distinction between free will and determinism. We think there is because of our conceptual confusion. At the level of what truly exists, there is no such distinction. What nature decides to do is both what it desperately wants to do and what it must do. What nature does is a result of what nature is. Nature wills what it wills because it is what it is. And it can't will otherwise without being something that it is not. No. But of course, it is what it is, so it wills what it does. There is no external environment beyond nature to impose choices on nature. What nature chooses to do comes out of itself. Therefore, it comes out of its being. It's a result of what it is. So nature wills what it must will given what it is. But it does make choices. It couldn't make different choices because it isn't different. Nature is what it is and not something else. It does make choices, but its choices are a direct consequence of what it is. Yeah. So from that perspective, what nature wills is what it must. And what nature must is exactly what it wills. So there is no distinction at the level of nature between free will and determinism. And that's why we can both say you have free will, because you're a part of nature and nature has free will. But why does nature have free will? Because it's the same as determinism, and determinism is true. So by the same token, you could also say everything is deterministic. Why? Because free will is true, but free will is the same thing as determinism. So everything is deterministic. That was the point that I was trying to get across. Of course, we all make choices. We are parts of nature. We make choices every day, thousands of choices every day, starting from whether you touch the ground with your left or your right foot the moment you step out of bed. The idea of determinism does not deny the obvious empirical fact that we are always making choices. What it denies is the abstraction that we call the could have been. I could have chosen differently. Then I would say you could only have chosen differently if you were different. But you were what you were. Nature was what it was. So the could have been is an abstraction, and I think it's a fantasy.
And it helps me in a sense that the opposite of determinism is randomness, right? And as you put in your essay, that is not what we mean when we say our free will. You not say it's random. No, you mean it is determined, but it's not determined by, it's determined by what you prefer to be determined by, right? That's what you like to think. I want it to be determined about my wish to sit down here with Bernardo made me sit here down with Bernardo. But then again, it is determined, right? It's not random. So that's also where you run into philosophical problems. So I think analytically your point is very clear. I think just psychologically, we left the conversation saying that, I think we quoted Fred Matzer, and I got a question also. I mean, can you choose to disallow being played by the universe? That's sort of what rang with me.
A lot of people are not allowing themselves to be played by the universe. That, too, is a direct result of what the universe is, because those people are part of the universe. So the universe sometimes disallows itself to be played by itself. That's part of the natural unfolding of what is, what exists. It is such that this contradiction can emerge. Nature is sometimes self-contradictory. This is empirically obvious, right? And not only from a mathematical perspective, from those theorems of the 1930s, but empirically obvious as well. So the point is not that you don't choose. We all choose all the time. The point is there is no could have been. The could have been is a human fantasy. Again, the point is that everything is ultimately determined, because the people who are very much into free will, they would also reject the notion that one's choices are random, the throw of dice. There is no meaning in that. If your choices are random, what meaning is in there? So people who are after free will because they associate with meaning, they themselves will immediately acknowledge that what they mean by it is not randomness. Therefore, every choice is determined. The thing is, the human intuition in this regard says the following: my choices are free if they are determined by me and not by nature at large. What people who are into free will, what they mean by a free choice is that the choice they make, let's say my free will choice is a choice I make, so it is determined, but it's determined by me. It's determined by that which I identify with. I don't identify with my brain activity. I have never seen it. I identify with my conscious inner life. I identify with my preferences, my tastes, my goals, things that I experience from within. So if my choices are determined by my preferences, my tastes, my goals, then they are free will choices. Now, there are two arguments why even this doesn't hold water. One is, there is no you separate from nature. A you separate from nature or a me separate from nature is merely nominal. It's an artifact of language. It follows the structure of language, but the structure of reality is not the structure of language. Language is defined for convenience, for communication, and not to capture and reflect the ontological structure of nature. That's not what language is about. So there is no you separate from nature. There is no me separate from nature. So there is no choice I make that is determined exclusively by the linguistic me. Because the me is just molecules in the ocean of nature. It's determined by nature. Another answer is, even if your choices are free in the sense of being always determined by your will, by your preferences, by your plans, who determines your will, your preferences, and your plans? Is it you? Of course not. If you could choose what you want, you would be the happiest person in the world. Whatever your circumstances, you would simply choose to want precisely the circumstances you happen to have. We don't determine those. So our will is literally not free in the sense that we can't just change our wills. We fall in love for who we fall in love. We don't choose who we fall in love with. Otherwise, we would all fall in love with the person who is available. Yeah. That's not how reality works. We don't choose our tastes. We don't choose our preferences. We don't choose even what we want to do in our lives. These things are chosen by nature.
Yeah, and I think
so. What is this business of free will? What do people mean?
Well, what does it mean then to be me as Dr. Michael on planet Earth? So it's very clear that the self is a story, it's a narration, and the brain uses that story to promote my survival and procreation of the species as well. And on a more spiritual level, and on a level of purpose and meaning as well, it's then a story of growth, development, for the better of me and for the better of the collective of humanity. And so consciousness is then not an ethereal essence, but it's the felt side of a biological organism. At least consciousness of me being human, you being human. This is quintessential to grasp. So being you, being me on planet Earth is a process. So we realize that our view of the world and of ourselves is always partial, constructed, and reversible. And like I said before, it's used to survive and it is used to procreate. Now, knowing this, it frees us up with possibilities. If the self, if myself, yourself, ourself is a construction, it can change. It's a process. Apply a different process or put different ingredients into the process, you get different outcomes that can change. If perceptions are projections, they can update. If experience is a story, it can be rewritten. So, to be conscious as a human being is then to be unfinished, always becoming, always this idea of lifelong learning, growing, changing. And of course, change means time. So I am not, you are not, we are not a passive observer of reality. I am, you are, we are a participant in its creation. So when awareness rests solely in the immediacy of the present moment, this narrative self temporarily dissolves, revealing consciousness without the illusion of an I at its center. So I'm going to play a little clip from the movie The Little Buddha, where young Gautama has this awakening experience, and it's very Hollywood. Because the true story of Gautama was that at one moment in time he was so exhausted, he's standing in this low water level creek, and he can't walk one more step. and his mind breaks and he has this awakening experience. So he's not sitting underneath the Bodhi tree and wherever he steps, lotus flowers spring up and all that Hollywood kind of stuff. But have a look at this clip, because in medicine, to come back on that, we have something called electroconvulsive therapy. And what was found that in people with epilepsy, particularly temporal lobe epilepsy, people experience a relief of the sense of self and a oneness with the universe. And it's very remedial and very healing. And of late, also psychiatrists are experimenting with prescribing psychedelic drugs for people, similar like the ayahuasca, which gives ayahuasca induces an experience of a loss of the sense of self and a oneness with the universe, which is very therapeutic, remedial, and healing. Okay, watch the next clip, and maybe this is why people meditate. All right, here we go.
Architect, finally I have met you. You will not rebuild your house again, but I am your house, and you live in me. O Lord of my own ego, you are pure illusion.
In this next section, I'm going to look at the Ashtavakra Gita. Now, I'm not particularly an expert in this, but I have been living and teaching as well, and a text and workbook lessons from A Course in Miracles. And from my point of view, the Astravakra Gita's teachings are an integral, fundamental part of this Course in Miracles. But I also looked it up, studied a lot of the different interpretations and presentations on the Astravakra Gita. And I'm going to show you a little video. It's like one of those YouTube videos. It's an AI voice, so it's hard to discover the evidence that they've used in it. But just to give you an idea of another person or person's reflection and a view and vision on the Astravakra Gita. The next 3 slides are from my notes. So the Astravakra Gita is a short treatise on the Advaita Vedanta, which technically deals with the mystical experiences of the individual in the quest for truth, transcendental peace and bliss. And the term mystical experience means it's an experience of otherworldly things, out of time, if you want to say it, of the astral realms, however you want to put it. But mystical means like an experience of something else than an experience of this world. That's why it is hard or even impossible to put into words. Now, it was composed before the Common Era, most likely between 500 and 400 before the Common Era, but some scholars claim it was written later, either in the 8th century or as late even as the 14th century. Nonetheless, the subtle philosophical truths in the Gita are expounded in the form of a lucid dialogue between the teenager sage, Ashtavakra, and his royal disciple, the king seer, Annaka, or Yanaka, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. To Astravakra, self-knowledge through direct mystical intuition is the only goal to be reached and experienced in the dynamic silence of one's own deepest meditation. The Astravakra Gita speaks of non-duality, inner silence, and self-realization. It was referred by mystics like Osho, Acharya Prashant, and Sri Sri Ravi Shankar So this story is not just ancient, it is more timeless. The Osho speaks about the same bold rejection of external forms and turning inward toward the source. Likewise, teachers like Swami Savapriyananda, Ramana Maharshi, and Osho Sri Venkataraman have echoed similar wisdom flowing from the Advaita Vedanta tradition. The heart of this story speaks to seekers across every background and generation. So here are the instructions on self-realization. So turn inward with only the love of truth. So you must be willing to accept the truth. So the confirmation bias. Let it go. You are not a body. Liberation is to know yourself as awareness alone. Abide in awareness with no illusion of person. Similar like we're seeing with the electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, or the psychedelic therapy. Look at ayahuasca. You are the unseen witness of all things, the bliss, the happening, the witness of all that is. Your only bondage is not seeing this by clinging to the illusion of the sense of self. You need do nothing. A single understanding consumes all the suffering in the fire of an instant. So in the Course in Miracles, for example, where I really believe that I've taken on this Ashtavakra Gita teaching and instructions, there is mention of the holy instant. You only need one instant to remember who you are, and that's all that is required. No personal growth or any of it. So yeah, that teaching that I discovered in the Course in Miracles definitely comes from the Astral Gita, if you ask me. Now let's just listen to someone else's reflection or presentation on the Ashtavakra Gita.
The Ashtavakra Gita begins with a declaration that shocks the spiritual mind. You are already liberated. Not potentially free, not on the path, not approaching awakening, but free now. Ashtavakra does not speak to seekers as incomplete beings climbing toward God. He speaks to awareness itself, reminding it of what it already is. According to this teaching, bondage is not real in an absolute sense. It is a misunderstanding sustained by identification with the mind. God is not an external power, a moral judge, or a cosmic ruler. God is pure awareness, prior to effort, prior to discipline, prior to identity. Liberation is not an achievement in time. It is the collapse of a false assumption, the belief that you are something other than awareness itself. Why mind and morality cannot reach God? Ashtavakra dismantles two pillars of traditional spirituality, mental control and moral striving. The mind, he insists, is not the doorway to truth, but the veil that hides it. Thoughts arise and pass, judgments appear and dissolve, but awareness remains untouched. Likewise, morality, the division of actions into good and evil, belongs to the realm of social order, not ultimate reality. Ashtavakra does not deny ethical life. He denies that ethics can reveal God. God consciousness lies before all opposites, beyond virtue and vice, beyond praise and blame. To seek God through moral perfection is still to assume you are lacking. In this vision, awareness does not need purification. It is already pure. What must fall away is the belief that the mind governs reality. Is God the witness that never acts? One of Ashtavakra's most radical insights is that awareness does nothing. It does not act, decide, control, or intervene. All action belongs to the body and mind, movements within appearance. Awareness is the unmoving witness in which all movement occurs. This does not make awareness passive or inert. It makes it absolute. God consciousness is not the doer of the universe, but the space in which doing appears. When identification with agency dissolves, suffering loses its foundation. Life continues. Thoughts think, bodies move, choices happen, but without the burden of ownership. God is not the one who acts through you. God is the awareness in which action unfolds without attachment. Recognition instead of attainment. Most spiritual paths promise transformation over time. Ashtavakra rejects this entirely. Time itself belongs to the illusion of becoming. You do not move closer to truth. Truth becomes obvious when seeking stops. Recognition is instantaneous because awareness has never been absent. The idea of practice exists only as long as one believes something must be attained. Ashtavakra's teaching is ruthless in its simplicity. Stop imagining you are bound. The moment this belief collapses, nothing new appears, and nothing needs to. What remains is awareness resting in itself, without effort, without fear, without desire for improvement, living as God and as consciousness in the world. Ashtavakra does not call for withdrawal from life. He calls for freedom within it. When awareness recognizes itself as the ground of experience, the world does not disappear, but its power to bind dissolves. Pleasure and pain arise without ownership. Success and failure pass without identity. Love flows without fear of loss. This is not detachment as indifference, but freedom as intimacy without entanglement. God consciousness is not a state apart from life. It is life seen without confusion. The sage lives as anyone else, yet inwardly remains untouched, complete, and free. The Ashtavakra Gita offers no comfort to the seeking mind, and no compromise with illusion. It does not promise heaven, progress, or purification. It points directly to what is already present, awareness itself, free of mind, free of morality, free of becoming. God is not waiting at the end of effort. God is the awareness reading these words right now. Liberation is not something that happens to you. It is what remains when you stop imagining that you are anything else.
Please don't take this journaling prompt lightly. It is huge and significant. The Freemasons initiate you by letting you be simulated in a moment of death when they drop the floor underneath you and you go through a death scenario. And we will look at near-death experience in a minute, but what is the aspect of being you that you cling to most tightly? So many would like to experience their authentic self, and they want it more than anything else, and nothing seems to happen. Because if you rummage inside your human consciousness, your perceptual mind, the consciousness constructed by your brain, however you want to conceptualize it, there is no way of discovering your authentic self. Your authentic self is reached as the Astral Gita so beautifully states, through a mystical experience, an experience other than any experience your human brain creates for you. So we've seen that even your sense of self is an illusion. That self doesn't exist. It is a creation of your brain, of your perceptual mind, of your perceptual self. Even is a perception created by that mind. So that aspect of being you, this sense of self, what is the aspect you cling to most tightly? So for many, it's a feeling of being in control of your actions, of being the author of your thoughts. And this compelling notion of free will is complex. It's layered, like we've seen before. I denoted 6 layers, all working together to give you a sense of self and free will and volition. I have a different podcast and different background videos on how that works. I don't want to extend this first postcard even more. But I'm not a 12-stepper. I do want to note that the third step in the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous is to hand your will and life over to a power greater than yourself, or I put between brackets, your sense of self. So like I said, I'm not a 12-stepper, but feel free, of course, to speak or read up about this third step in the 12 step of AA. And Bill Wilson, who was in a hospital bed and had a near-death experience and was met by light beings who gave him this program. So yeah, do not take this journaling prompt lightly, and hopefully it will ignite you into the mystical experience that help you remember who you are in truth, your authentic self, I call it. Okay. Near-death experiences. Well, they're really not uncommon. A phone survey was done by a reputable marketing bureau in Australia in 1988, and the outcome of that was that over 2 million people in Australia had experienced a near-death experience, and the population of Australia at that time must have been anywhere between 24 and 26 million. So that's amazing. But that happened to people all over the world. Anil, Seth, the neuroscientist that wrote the book Being You, a bestseller, he did a census with people. It created a stroboscope, and people could watch the stroboscope and witness their own creative problem-solving minds creating all sorts of different realities with color and vision and sometimes music and sounds. But in the census, people were asked if they ever had an out-of-body experience, the body outside, an experience not related to the body, outside of it. And apparently more than 33% responded yes, and 2/3, so 20%, experience these OBEs, out-of-body experience, on a regular basis. So I think there's even more people, but as we're opening up to the possibility and we're not burning people on the stake for it and crucifying them and locking them up, more and more people will come out and say, yes, I had these experiences. Amazing. I don't going to give you a record of all the ones that were told to me, because we'll be here a long time. But I myself had a near-death experience, and it is not the common one. So researchers like to find patterns, like give a life review, that's your turn of life, you meet loved ones or light beings, blah, 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 and then you're sent back. A little bit on the lines of that. Now, there was none of that for me, none of that. But I was out of time, and the best way I can describe the experience, that all time was going on all the time. This is really funny, but I saw myself in parallel lives, so not just Dr. Michael, but lots of other lives. And it was actually the Dr. Michael life experience that came in last, just before I came back into Dr. Michael. I actually forgot about it altogether. And one of the realizations was that, hey, if there's extraterrestrials, beings that are not in the train, as I call it, the general relativity train, life on planet Earth, they have not heard of Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, or any of these identities, because they've never been in the train. of earthly life. And that train, I mean like the general relativity. If you're in the train, nothing seems to be moving, and the train could go at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, and outside of the train, you see it moving really fast. But inside the train, everything is stable. So when you're in this incarnation, as the three selves call it, where you're going to have several different embodiments, everything is congruent with what happens inside of that. When you're from outside, you probably don't know anything of it. No. Edgar Cayce pointed out to us the Akashic records, and he used to visit that, so you can look on all the records of that. But that essentially, to me, is the big message for the near-death experience. There is no death. All time's going on all the time, but your true self, where you are home, is timeless. Time and change are the same thing. Look, no change, no time, because there's no aging, there's not even rejuvenation, because no change. I hope this makes sense. But also the light and love that is my beingness, that is everyone's beingness, is astonishing. And actually, when I go into A Course in Miracles, I lived for 7 years with a group of people in an academy, and we were in this love and light all of the time. So I will go into this later. But I want to show you 4 different near-death experiences. Like I said, there's so many of them. And I don't have time for it in this postcard, but just to know the personalness of these experiences. Hey, our perceptional selves have not experienced this before, so sensations come in and it just creates, to the best of its capacity, a best guess of what's really going on. But yeah, see for yourself, listen to them. Usually people have at least 40 minutes or longer that they talk about the experience, but I took a snippet out. Please excuse me, but you can go on YouTube and listen to
The meaning
this.
of life.
To return ourselves back to the knowing of what we are. Do you ever experience true presence, or what some people may call ecstasy of something other than yourself? It's just like you're remembering that you forgot something, you didn't know you forgot it. And sometimes we look at like the projection of the God that we follow that way. There's this like your heart opens and you feel this unity of everything. That's you remembering. So to me, that deliciousness is me remembering myself and getting to share that everyone else gets to remember too.
And they said there's a 1% chance that we are going to find the source of this bleeding. So they put me under, and as I'm bleeding out, I die. My experience of dying was incredible. I knew immediately that I was back home. It was a place that I couldn't remember on Earth, but that I knew as instantly once I was there that it was home, that it was the place that we all come from. I described it when I came back as space. I was in space. I was one with everything. Every single cell in my body was part of everything. I can literally feel it right now. It was like a tingling to an unbelievable degree. Sometimes I describe it like sinking into a warm tub after a long cold day in the snow, the way that your body just goes wild. It was like that, but there's no body, and it's 10,000 times stronger than that. That's what it felt like. It felt like everything was twinkling, everything was alive, and it was just pure bliss, pure peace, pure love. I felt like I was being held, like I was home with my whole family, and my whole family was literally everything that's ever existed. Everything was everything, and it was all part of this vast, incredible, infinite space of pure love. It gives me chills just recalling it. It was unbelievable. And the thing that struck me when I was there was just a complete and utter lack of fear. I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I didn't have a body, I wasn't afraid of money, of stuff, money related anything. I wasn't afraid of rent or tax, none of that stuff. I wasn't afraid of having a body, having gravity, having any of that, no shame, no regret, none of that stuff that keeps us up at night that we're like, God, why did I say that? Like none of that stuff was there. I mean, literally no fear of anything at all. It was completely absent of fear. It was truly just pure love, like a twinkling, infinite love. It was all encompassing, and I knew that I was with God. And it was as if God was with me, looking at me, feeling me, being me, experiencing me, holding me, reminding me that I too am love, that love has always been with me. And the thing that I kind of tapped into as a kid was true, was real. That's really what it was all about. And it was as if God said to me, Davis, that's it. It's just love. It's just love. And it was a noun, it was an adjective, it was a verb, it was everything. It's the best word I can use in the English language, but there are no words to describe this particular feeling. It was incredible. And I immediately knew that I was going to be okay. So when the doctors cut me open to try to find the bleeding, they said they had a 1% chance of finding it. And by some miracle, they did. They were able to stop the bleeding. And when they did, I came back. And people often ask, how do you know it was dying and not the coma? And the coma, it was like a nothingness. It's hard to describe the coma. It was like I was in my body, but I wasn't as hyper aware as I was in death. In death, I was like extremely like expansive and growing and alive. It was like the opposite of death, the way that people think about it. It was so energetic. And the coma was like almost just a nothingness space. And I remember waking up actually at one point in my coma when they were resetting my femur, which apparently really hurt because I was out. I was in a coma for 5 days, and I don't know, 2-3 days into it, they had to reset my femur, and I like woke up and saw the guys doing it and then fell back into the coma. So I knew that was different. I was very in my body for that part. When my family is processing all of this stuff going on, they actually saw the doctor who saved my life. I don't know what country she was from, but she was from Eastern Europe, and she was very serious about her work, and she was very good at her job. But they mentioned that she wasn't necessarily the kindest deliverer of news. She was very stern and said, we cannot find the bleeding, or, he's going to die, or when she walked in to tell my twin brother to say goodbye, she said, he's probably going to die. You have to say goodbye. That kind of level of communication. But one of my parents saw her getting on the elevator at one point, and they said, Doctor, thank you so much for saving my son's life. And she said, I didn't save his life. God did. I just moved my hands, which to me is an incredible miracle. Not the type of thing that particular doctor probably would have said or has said.
And in my inner vision, I saw this deep blue cloud of light. There's no other way to describe it, that it was though I was in the presence of something so transformative, something so amazing that was filling me and filling the fibers of my very being. And in that moment, I understood the answers to all the questions I no longer needed to ask. I knew the why of my life. I knew why I was a musician. I knew why I had children. I knew why I had been married. I knew my relationship with everyone I had ever known. It's hard to describe that feeling, but it was this knowingness as though I had been plugged into this giant source of all that is, that was enveloping and embracing me. And the love was so incredible and so all-encompassing. I said to it inwardly, I said, if to know you I must die, then let me die. And I meant that with all my heart. I was ready to go. I was ready to enter this space of love, this unconditional acceptance and love and understanding, and this peace and consciousness that I'd never known before in that way. And this light that was enveloping me spoke back in words. And it said, you do not have to die to know me. And that was a moment of epiphany. It was a moment of transition where everything in my life would be different. And everything up to that point in my life was now viewed through a different lens. And I sat up and I fathomed that for just a minute. I did not have to die to know this incredible love and light and unconditional acceptance that I had never experienced before like that. It had told me I don't have to die to know. And I was stunned. And I realized the import, the magnitude of that upon my life. I realized that, like many people, I carried with me this idea that when I would die, then I would be in the presence of God, that I would know spirit, that I would have this experience that is transcendent in the spiritual realms, that I might meet masters or guides or God or agents of love, and that I would live a good and quality life in order to experience this after death. But those words, "you do not have to die to know me," pointed my spiritual compass to the magnetic north of God. It told me that by opening my heart to love, to this love that was present, that because I was in an altered state I was more aware of, that I could experience that love and experience the resonance of that love in my life as I went forward with my life, that it was not something I had to wait for an imagined time of death to know. So then the question is, well, what can I do? What do I do to experience the promise of that I could know this tremendous all-accepting love? It is the love that you hear, it's referred to in scripture as the love that surpasses all understanding. It's this love that many near-death experiences, people refer to this love or an angelic being or this unconditional sense of peace. And I lived that. I experienced that. And so now I was left with, well, what do I do with my life now? How do I find a life of purpose and meaning after having experienced this transcendent moment in the presence of this unconditional love? And so that led me to really focus my attention and interest in how to experience the divine while I'm alive in a physical body. And of course, there are many ways. Many religions talk about that. There's many ways to do it, from walking in nature to prayer to chanting to contemplation and meditation to petting your pet, through a passion with the arts, as I have with music. But I made the connection between this passion of living my life and the purpose of my being. I realized that the purpose of my being was to know that love, to experience that, and then to be a pipe open on both ends so the love could enter me and flow through me to others.
And I'm standing there and the light says, "Andy, I love you." And I'm impressed because it knows my name. And then the light says, "Andy, we love you." And when the light says, "we love you," the whole background and the light kind of disappear. And now there are thousands and millions and trillions of other lights, just like me. And they say in one chorus, "Welcome home, Andy." And at that point in time, I was absorbed into the light. I became the light. I wasn't greater than the light. I wasn't less than the light. I was a piece, a holographic piece of the light. And it's the most fantastic feeling that as a human, I could ever imagine. It's indescribable. And at that moment, I knew everything. What do you mean, Andy? I mean, I knew everything. There was nothing I did not know. So people often ask me questions. Well, when you were in the light, did you ask them about the war and peace and all? I said, no, I didn't ask them. There's no reason to ask questions because I knew it all. There was nothing that was unknown. And now I'm with the light, and the light is really funny. The light has a fantastic sense of humor. Laughter, fun. When we were looking at my life review in the big sphere, the light would say, "Andy, look how upset you got over that. You know, in the long run, it doesn't mean anything. Why don't you loosen up? Why don't you lighten up? Why don't you have more fun while you're on the planet? You're only going to be there for a little while because it's not real. Earth life is not real. It's like a play. It's like a movie. There's 8 million actors on the planet, and they're all playing a role. They come with different costumes, different religions, different races, different sex, different, all of these things. But once the costumes are gone and taken off, when the play is over and you're back in the light, the costume comes off, and what do you know? We're all one. We are all the same. We're made out of the same stuff. There is no difference between me and you. There is no difference between you and anybody else. There is here. We're dressed in costumes to be different, to experience things that you can't experience in the light. You can't experience something that you already know. I can't experience talking for the first time because I've been talking all my life. But when I first started to talk, when I said my first couple of words, that was really exciting to me. When I'm in the light and knowing things, it's different than experiencing them. So in order to experience, the light tells me, and I know anyway because I know everything. I lower my vibrations because everyone has their own unique vibration. That's what makes you and me different. Lower my vibrations so that I can incarnate and be born on a planet like Earth and now live a life doing things, experiencing things that I would like to experience. And when I experience them, you experience them, everybody experiences them. It's contributed to the whole. There is only one. And everything that exists, that ever exists, that will exist is in that oneness. And it's a wonderful, exciting, fantastic experience that I remember in using this costume called Andy Petro, of Ukrainian descent, living in the United States of America in 2022. And I'm reading my script and doing what I'm supposed to do while I'm still here, waiting until my character is done with this story and I can get out of here and get back where I belong. So that whole process of being in the light was just incredible. And it seemed like I had been there for years, maybe hundreds of years. But in the light, since there is no time, there is no hierarchy, there is no judgment, there is no separation. We're all one, not in a dull, boring way, but in a happy, exciting, ever evolving, ever new experiences in the light.
What is the multiverse and why is it important to us?
There's no question the multiverse is having a kind of moment in popular culture. You know, Marvel movies have been leaning into it. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, various Spider-Man movies, but also a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once centers the multiverse as its idea. And of course on TV, we have Rick and Morty and various other things. So it's clear that popular culture, the stories that we tell to entertain ourselves and to make us think, are using this idea of a multiverse to make us think in slightly different ways. You might think it's the fault of physics, because physicists have been talking about a multiverse for a few decades now, both in cosmology and in quantum mechanics. But in fact, as often happens in Hollywood and elsewhere, you ignore what the scientists say and you do your own kind of thing. And in retrospect, the kind of multiverse that is being used in Hollywood is more like the philosophical idea of the set of all possible worlds, that you can imagine literally anything else happening. And the difference is, of course, that Hollywood lends itself the ability to talk between the multiverses so that you can go and interact or even fight with a version of yourself who made different decisions earlier on in your life. It's clear why this would be so interesting to people, because we've all made decisions. We've all wondered what life would be like if they were a little bit different. So the ability to actually confront a version of ourselves who made those different decisions is sort of very juicy narrative material. In some sense, the multiverse is a coping mechanism, right? We see terrible things happening around us. We think of ways that things could have been better, right? If an election had gone a different way, if our team had gone a different way, if we had not gotten hurt, if we had asked that person out for a date. And this sort of makes us think, well, maybe we're in the wrong universe. We're in the wrong timeline. The idea of a timeline has to do with the fact that there are different things that could have happened, different choices you could have made, and you can imagine that they're almost real, all those different possibilities. And when things don't go your way, or when the world doesn't conform to your hopes and dreams, you might say, well, I'm not in the right timeline. There's another world out there. That's the one I want to be in.
What is the physicist's version of the multiverse?
I think it's really important when we're thinking about physicists' versions of the multiverse to realize physicists never start out by saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there were a multiverse? It is always the place they're dragged to kicking and screaming because they're trying to explain what we do observe. You know, a big criticism of multiverse ideas is that you can't observe the multiverse. You can't falsify it, you can't test it, etc. But what you can do is observe what happens in ours. And what you want to do as a scientist is come up with a theory, which is a kind of a story, a theory that accounts for what we see, for the data that we can have access to. And some theories, some very, very simple, very easy to write down theories, like the inflationary theory of cosmology or the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics, they both explain what we see in our universe and unambiguously predict the existence of other universes. So at that point, you say, well, do I like the explanation so much that I accept the existence of these other universes, or do I dislike it so much that I throw it out and try something different? Both camps exist for all of these puzzles that physicists are facing right now. Storytellers have long imagined alternate realities, right? I mean, both in the future, science fiction has imagined all sorts of different possibilities, and even toward the past, there's a long tradition of alternate history storytelling. The slight difference that maybe is inspired by scientific ideas is treating all of the different possibilities as real at the same time, right? When you're thinking about an alternate history, you're just saying, I'm imagining how things could have gone differently. Now, science comes along, physics, my own field, and says, you know, it's possible there literally are other universes out there, places where things are different. And that definitely feeds into our imaginations a little bit. But there's different ways in which science can lead us to the idea of a multiverse. In cosmology, which is maybe the most famous one up until recently, there's literally just parts of our universe that are so far away where conditions can be radically different. They can either be kind of like us, but with different details, or even different laws of physics, different particles and forces and the whole shebang. And then we can start asking cosmic questions about why we find ourselves in this particular kind of universe. There's an entirely different conception called the many worlds of quantum mechanics, which is both in some sense more realistic and easy to bring into reality, but also more mind-blowing. It just says whenever you have a quantum mechanical system, which, spoiler alert, all systems are quantum mechanical at heart, but whenever you measure it in a particular way, you can get different possible measurement outcomes. This is something we've understood for 100 years now. The question is, what happens to the alternative measurement outcomes that you didn't observe? So when you look at the position of an elementary particle, it is here. But quantum mechanics says, but you could have seen it there or there or there. What happened to those other possibilities? The idea of the many worlds of quantum mechanics is they're out there. Every possible measurement outcome of a quantum system becomes true just in a different universe. This is an idea that was put forward in the 1950s by Hugh Everett. Physicists kind of poo-pooed it. But these days, after thinking a lot about how quantum mechanics works, it's becoming increasingly popular. So this is literally a parallel universe. This isn't some place very, very far away. This is a simultaneously existing reality where the outcome of a quantum mechanical experiment turned out differently to ours. And if big noticeable things in the world depend on the outcome of that experiment, you could wind up in a very different looking universe.
Death of the physical body, one remains in the astral form as a ghost, an invisible being, with essentially the same mentality and characteristics he had on earth. Where then are all those souls who have left this earth? They are roaming in the space around us. You would say that is impossible. So let us make a comparison. If a primitive tribesman came here and I told him that music is audible in the space, he would laugh at me. But if I then brought a radio and tuned in a station where music was playing, he would no longer be able to deny the truth of my statement. I could similarly show you right now that astral beings are roaming here, and you couldn't deny it. I see many astral beings who have left the material plane. I don't make myself visible to them, but I can behold them if I so desire. Remember that the astral beings are not ordinarily visible to us on earth unless we know how to perceive the astral world through the spiritual eye.
If you could perceive the astral world, you would know that it is infinitely more real than the earth plane, which is just inert matter without the enlivening powers of the upholding astral world. Material existence is only a shadow of that higher, finer dimension of reality. This world is the result of the astral world. The blueprints of everything in the physical universe have been astrally conceived. All the forms and forces in nature, including the complex human body, have been first produced in that realm where God's causal ideations are made visible in forms of heavenly light and vibratory energy. Then they are materialized in physical form out of the ether. But the astral body of man and the astral counterparts of everything in nature are vastly more beautiful, more vibrant, more expressive of the harmony and perfection of the divine creator than what we perceive when our consciousness is limited to matter. The astral world is not the ultimate liberating experience. The soul attains complete ascension only through realization of its oneness with the Creator himself. In the astral world, everything is changeable at the command of the mind. How important it is to live in that finer realm. I am all the time there, even now as I am talking to you. Such happiness comes. There are no words I can use to describe it to you. In this gross world, you get tired of everything. Even the most enjoyable things eventually become tedious or boring. But in the astral world, the creations of your will are ever new. You will never tire of that world. If you want to be young, you can be so. If you want to appear as a man or as a woman or in any form you wish, you can do so. You do not have to worry about money for your needs. A mere command of your will provides whatever you. We go to the astral world automatically after death. But why wait for death when you can have that greater freedom now, even while living in the physical body? Unless you are somewhat advanced, your astral sojourn in the after-death state may be more like a rejuvenating sleep with astral dreams interspersed with short periods of conscious astral wakefulness until you wake up in your next earthly reincarnation. But if you can consciously get into the astral world now, you will be able to go there consciously after death. And you will be able to come back again to Earth consciously when the time is right for you to continue your lessons in the school of Earth life. And when your earthly karma is burned up, you will enter the astral heaven and never have to take another forced earthly incarnation.
This at the time, but all of us have spirit guides who are with us when we enter our lifetime. In fact, spirit guides help us plan our lives. Well, I had a spirit guide. He said, "I'm your spirit guide. My name is Alan." And all the way through this whole journey that he was taking me on, he was telling me what I was seeing. So that's where I'm getting this information from. He told me everything I was seeing. He told me to go look in the tunnel, the first tunnel that was right to my immediate left. And I looked in, and it was like looking at space. And I could see stars and galaxies and planets. It was absolutely just beautiful. And he told me to look at the next tunnel. So I looked at the next tunnel, and the second I looked at it, there was a man who was an elderly gentleman who was coming through the tunnel, and he had his right hand covering his chest like he was in pain. And my guide told me that he died from a heart attack. And I want to give you the backstory of this a little bit, where I was. You know how we typically hear about a common near-death experience? Usually is when the person is in a hospital like I was, or there was some accident scene and they see themselves above their body. And then they become aware of a tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel is a white light. Well, we never really hear much about what happens after that white light because people don't come back from there. It's the only people that come back from a near-death experience who haven't gone into the light yet. Well, my experience, I didn't have any of that. My near-death experience began on the other side of that white light. Well, the building that I was in, my guide told me, is called the Orientation Center. And when a person walks into the light, they end up in the Orientation Center. And they are met by what are called orientation counselors. In every table that I saw, there were 2 people sitting at each table, again, all the way down, and they're called orientation counselors. And their job is to help orient people back to the other side, or the afterlife, or home, whatever you want to call it. That's where people end up when they cross into that light. So this gentleman was coming through. He was an elderly man, and maybe 80s or 90s, and he had died from a heart attack. Well, the very minute that he stepped through the tunnel, one of these counselors stood up. It was a woman, and she walked over. She took his hands in hers, and she walked him back to the table, and they sat down. Well, the whole time, I could see her talking to him, but I was too far away. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but she was holding his hands the whole time. And what they do, the reason that they are there is because when people come into a lifetime, you might live 80, 90, 100 years on Earth, and you forget where you're from. Most of us forget. We have amnesia when we come into a lifetime. And when we die, we forget where we're from. So what the orientation counselors do is they just simply tell people, you know, you're back on the other side, you've finished your lifetime, and now you're back home. Well, my guide said, watch him. So I started watching him, and all of a sudden, he began to change. He turned into a man in his 30s. And the reason is, there is no age on the other side. The perfect age for people is around 30. So all of us are in their 30s. So after that part happened, he stood up and he walked off to his right, and he walked between the columns, and he walked down 3 stairs. And on the right-hand side are these gardens, beautiful, kind of like an English garden. Everything was manicured, and beautiful flowers and trees, and the grass. It was the greenest grass I've ever seen. Absolutely beautiful gardens. And what happens is this is where people who come back from a lifetime have reunions. And these reunions are with people who have crossed before them. Parents, grandparents, friends, siblings, children, people that they have known in their life. And all the people they know on the other side are there to greet them. And the reason is because having a lifetime on Earth and finishing a life is a really big deal. It's a huge accomplishment to everyone on the other side that you actually finished a life and now you're back home. And something I forgot to mention is during this whole process, my guide showed me the outside of these buildings first, and then he took me to the inside. So everything that I take you, that I share with you, is the outside of the building first, and then he took me inside. So this building was called the Orientation Center. Have the orientation, have the reunion. The next place he took me to was what is called the Life Review. And every time we finish a lifetime, we have a life review. And he took me to a building that was rectangular, and it had, again, the white marble columns all around the perimeter. He took me in, and it looked like a theater, like a typical movie theater we have here on Earth, but it was round. The building inside was round, like a round room. And on the top were movie screens all around in a circle, all around me. So everywhere I looked, I could see these movie screens. And all of a sudden, the movie screens lit up, and they were playing different episodes of my life that I could see. From one screen was me of a baby, another screen was me as an infant, one was an adolescent, one was in elementary school, and it showed my entire life all the way up to the age that I was then, which was 21. And my guide explained to me at that point that everyone has life reviews, and they can see their lives just like they happened back then at that age. And I'll mention that a little bit later, how that works. So that was called the life review. The next place he took me to, again, was the outside, and it looked like a beautiful white Greek marble building. Again, it was rectangular with columns. And this building, again, was a round room inside, but instead of having all the screens in a circle at the top, it just had one screen in the front. And he started showing me past lifetimes. And the reason he showed me this is they wanted me to tell people that the whole idea of past lifetimes, it's real. And for me, I was raised Catholic. You know, we went to church sometimes 2 or 3 times a week, and also on Sundays. And as you know, the idea of past lifetimes isn't part of Christian or Catholicism, and it's not in the Bible. It was very foreign to me. And at the time, I had a really hard time believing it. But it's true. And you can go into this building and you can see past lifetimes. One lifetime he showed me was of a monk. I was a monk and I lived in a monastery. I had a shaved head, I was wearing a red gown, and my job was to teach the kids about living in a monastery. The other life, and a second life he showed me, was I had a wheelbarrow, and the wheelbarrow was shoes. And I was a shoe peddler in that lifetime, and my job was to fix people's shoes. So that was that life. In the third life, he showed me of a fisherman. I had a wooden boat and I had a net. And my job was to throw the net in the lake and catch fish for the village. So he showed me 3 different lifetimes. The next building he took me to looked like a stadium that we have now to go see football games or soccer or rugby. Beautiful, huge stadium. And inside there were thousands of seats. And I was the only person there in this room. And what it looked like was a planetarium. It's a building where you can sit down and look up at the ceiling, and they can show you stars and galaxies. And there was a man who was behind me. I didn't turn around to see him or who he was, but I could hear his voice. And he said, "Let's begin." So I sat down and all the lights went off. And he said to me, "When you look at the stars," meaning people on Earth, all of us here on Earth, when we look at the stars, this is what you see. And all of a sudden, our solar system began to show up on the ceiling. And it showed, Earth. It showed Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, all of our planets. And then he said, when we look at the stars, meaning everybody who's on the other side, this is what we see. And all of a sudden, he started showing me dozens of different planets, all showing up on the ceiling, then hundreds, then thousands, and millions of planets. And he said, there is far more life in the universe than you possibly know. And what they wanted me to share with people was that Earth is not the only planet that you can have a lifetime on. There are virtually unlimited number of planets in the universe that we can have lives on. And all of those planets have different life forms, just like we have here on Earth, but there are millions of them. So that was probably one of my most favorite places he took me, because I love astronomy. I love the fact that Earth is not the only place that we can go. The next place he took me to, this was the largest building that I saw so far. And it was a long rectangle building. And this one was different. It didn't have columns on the sides. It only had marble columns in the front. And this one had maybe 30 or 50 steps that you'd have to walk up to get to the top of the building where you can walk in. So we go in, and it turns out it's a library. It's a beautiful, huge library with gigantic bookcases just full of books as far as you could see. And on the left-hand side were rooms, just like we have libraries on Earth and we have study rooms. That's kind of what these rooms were like. They were about the size of an ordinary master bedroom. And there was a woman who was sitting on like a couch, and she had her back to me in one of these rooms. She had long jet black hair down to her waist, and she was wearing kind of like a purplish maroon kind of a gown. And she was watching what we would call today as a flat screen TV mounted on the wall. It was a video screen. It was maybe 50 inches, like we have now at Best Buy. And she was watching a battle that took place on Earth 200 years ago between the Native Americans, Plains tribes, and the US cavalry. And she was watching this battle. And I remember thinking, how can she be watching a battle that took place a couple hundred years ago when we didn't even have video recorders back then? And my guide told me everything is recorded. And I don't understand, even now, I don't understand how that's possible. So I just think of it as a God thing. Somehow, God is able to record our lifetimes. So in these rooms, anything you want to learn about, whether it was World War II, anything that you want to learn about, you can go to these rooms and you can study and learn about what happened during that period of Earth's history. The next place he took me to was a castle. He took me to the castle and he told me to walk in. So I walked in and it was beautiful, ornate, just like you'd see castles today. And it had a red carpet that went all the way inside the whole castle. And off to the left and off to the right on the castle walls, they had life-size paintings of people. And who these people were royalty, kings, queens, princesses, people that lived in that castle during that time period. So again, if you wanted to learn something about that particular area or era of Earth's history, you could go to this castle and you could look and see what the people looked like, perfect pictures or perfect paintings of what they looked like, as well as the kind of clothing they wore back then. And in front of each picture, there was a podium. And on the podium was a book, and it was opened up. And all of these books were writings about this person's lifetime. Anything you wanted to learn about that person's life, you could go to these books and you could read about that person's lifetime. Whether it was King George or Queen Elizabeth, whoever you wanted to read about, you could come and study. Well, right about then, I looked off to my right in this castle, and you know how castles have those circular stairways that go to the next level? That's what this castle had. And there was a woman that was walking down, and she had strawberry blonde hair about shoulder length, and she was wearing kind of an orange reddish kind of a gown or a toga or, whatever you wanted to call it. Well, she walked up to me, and this is the first time that I saw someone that could see me. She actually walked up to me during this experience. And here's something that today I still kick myself for. Because here I am on the other side. I could have asked this girl anything. But she walked up to me and she said, "Is there anything I can help you find?" You know what I said to her? I said, I didn't know what to say. So I said, "Oh, no, thanks. I'm just looking." I thought I could have asked her anything. Well, remember when I said that people have different jobs on the other side? People really do, but they don't have jobs like we have jobs here, where you have to have a job to pay your bills, your mortgage, your rent, utilities, all that. It's totally different there. And people do what they love to do. And this girl was I guess the closest thing I could call her would be like a scholar. She was a scholar of Earth's history during that particular time on Earth, medieval Europe. So anything you wanted to learn about, you could go ask her. And the thing that's really interesting about the other side is that somehow I think God must have hardwired all of us to want to continue to grow and to learn, because that's why we come into life in the first place, is because we want to learn and experience. And you can still learn on the other side, but you don't learn through experience. And one of the reasons we come to Earth is to have that actual experience. So on the other side, there's an emphasis on learning. That's why they have so many different libraries. And what's so wonderful about the other side is that you can pursue what you love to do. So if you like to hike, if you like swimming, if you like writing, if you like music, anything you like to do here, you can still do there. That was something I found so incredibly fascinating, was that you can pursue anything you want to do. So it really is like heaven or a paradise. So the very last thing that happened was my guy, he took me to a field of just beautiful flowers and he left. The next thing that happened was a man showed up in front of me. And I know this sounds crazy, but it was Jesus. He showed up in front of me and I could see his hands. I could see he was wearing a white gown it was like a white robe with a gold sash around the middle. And he had kind of gold looking sandals that went up to his calves. And I couldn't see his face because there was so much light coming from his face that I couldn't see his features. And he talked to me and he said, "You must tell them there is no death." And the very second he said that, I was immediately back in my body in the operating room.
Reflecting on all of this information of the astral plane, the astral realm, the way I see it is an upside down reality. So on planet Earth, our brains learn how we can make use of these, like a glass. Hey, you can drink water out. That's what I learned. I learned how to make use of a glass, use of a car, use of a pencil, a pen, a computer. And of course, then some human beings have no ethics and they look at how can I make use of another human being. I need slaves to work hard for me so I can live a luxury lifestyle. Or I'll let others do all the hard work and then when it's done, I'll come and take over. In the old days, just by hacking them to pieces and then take their gold and take their crops and yeah. At the astral realm, all thinking seemed to be geared towards giving. But it might take a moment when people die to realize that they're dead and that their thinking needs to transform to a new way of thinking. But eventually, if you remain in the astral realm, you don't have to go back to planet Earth and learn lessons and grow and all this kind of stuff. You freed yourself from that. You burnt all your karma. Then it's the other way around. And one statement that now pops back into my mind is moving mountains is the easiest thing you can do. So within this astral realm, like we heard, Paramahansa Yogananda state is like everything manifests in the drop of a thought, of a drop of a desire. Is that really, really easy? And of course, on planet Earth, we do not really experience this. But then in which world do we live? The material world of form or the astral realm, which is, of course, a realm of energy and light? Well, the answer is obvious. And Paramahansa is one of these people. It's like, hey, you can have all this now, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, that's easy for you to say. But how do we pull this off? And then, of course, there's no instruction manual. And also, it's really, really clear to see it's a borderland. So it's not where you really want to end up. It's not your connection, your ultimate connection with the divine and being the divine. But anyway, here's some journaling prompts. And the subtitle there is Love Your Disease is Keeping You Happy. And there was a GP from California, I believe he was, Harris, and he wrote this book. And from my own experience, I've seen that so many times people have manifested this disease in themselves because it's keeping them happy, because they don't find it easy to deal with certain situations, or they're getting lots of love and attention. And once the disease falls away, that love and attention falls away as well, etc., etc., etc. So the first prompt: if disease is a decision made on the astral other side, how might it change the way I look at illness, challenge, or adversity in life? In particular, I want to point this out to energy healers who want to help people by converting and transforming their energy package, etc., etc. And podcast 2 will go more into it, but I highly recommend against it. You set yourself up. There's lots of karma, and you cannot really reverse a decision that someone has made. That is an immutable law of the universe. So it seems it's like you cannot interfere with cause and effect. So if someone made that decision to be ill, then that's their decision. You cannot interfere. Now, the second prompt: the idea that anyone might choose a life involving hardship, illness, or suffering can seem incomprehensible from a human perspective. 100% in my mind. Why would someone choose to be born in Africa and the mother has HIV and so the child baby has HIV? Why? Why? Going back to the Ecclesiastes, it's at least meaningless. There could be no purpose in this. However, that's just me saying that. Why does this idea feel challenging, confronting, or even unsettling to me? Can I imagine that meaning might sometimes emerge through suffering rather than in spite of it? Does this mean like difficult journeys lead to beautiful destinations? So include that in when you do the journaling. Explore your honest response without forcing agreement or rejection. Very important. Do not judge yourself. Write what's in your unconscious. Write about how your perception of past challenges has evolved over time. Let it all come up. Become aware of yourself. So why do we forget the apparent choices we make before entering into our current lifetime? Why might forgetting be necessary for the experience of being human? That's so interesting. If everything was predetermined and you know it already, would you even be bothered for living the life? Journaling prompt, I'm not answering that question. Could the process of discovery rather than certainty be part of the meaning of living? Once again, if everything is predetermined and you knew already what was happening, would you even be bothered by living this life? But you could also go the ecclesiastic way. Meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. Or of course, a miracle says, well, you're just looking back of that. You've already lived this life. You're looking back at this. So maybe if you hold that perspective, you're standing at the end of your life and you're looking back at it, how would you see your challenges? Would you see them differently than once you're in it? Okay? So lots of food for journaling. A Course in Miracles. In the preface, it says, the entire course, and there is 31 chapters, and the first 17, I believe, are written in iambic pentameter. It's like Shakespearean stuff. Something like that is the iambic pentameter. So you can sing the words and therefore more easily remember them. The entire course can be summed up with this statement: nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Now, the author of the course, presumably, is Jesus Christ, but at no single instant does the author of the course say, hey, I'm Jesus Christ. The author dictates his entire work of 31 chapters, a workbook with lessons for every day and even a manual for teachers, to a psychiatrist who worked at the University of Columbia in New York City. That's in Central Park on the northern side. That's where Harlem is situated in New York City. And she works with another psychiatrist, Bill Thetford. And later, Ken Wapnick joins the team as well. And Ken Wapnick co-directs the book. So the story is, this whole work comes from out of time. It comes from what most people accept. Jesus Christ, but not everyone, becomes controversial, and I don't want to go into that. I really believe there was a person named Jesus who lived around the beginning of the Common Era, and as the stories goes, he was quite a teacher, where there were parables or other teachers, the Sermon on the Mount, teachings, like a true Jewish rabbi. Although he wasn't from the Levi tribe, which is the tribe that was allowed and endorsed to put forward rabbis of the Holy Scriptures. So even someone said to me that the story where Mary Magdalene anoints Jesus and oils his hair, washes his feet, and all that sort of stuff was a ritual that she was endorsed with to initiate and endorse a new rabbi. So the idea was like, yeah, he's in trouble. They can go and kill him. If it's so granted by Pontius Pilate, the Roman ruler of Jerusalem at the time. But if we make him a rabbi, then that won't hold up. So yeah, anyway, I don't want to go into all the stories. So assumably, this whole work, of course, in miracles, was authored by Jesus Christ. And there is a hint. For example, he says, like, my journey to the cross was my last meaningless journey. So the course is quite firm. The world of space and time, the world of experience, is an illusion, and there is no meaning and purpose to it. So the lessons to learn are there is no value in what is meaningless and therefore valueless. And the course is great. In a preface, Jesus states that do not be in awe of me. In truth, we're all equal. So we're all created equal in the likeness of God. So God is the first all-powerful one, when you want to call it consciousness or anything like that. But his creations are just like him. So each and every one of us, in truth, has the same creative capacity. And in this book, Love Without End, which is a book where Glenda Green, a professor in art and a painter, speaks with Jesus about all sorts of spiritual matters. But apparently, Jesus approached her for Glenda to paint his picture. Yep, there it is. So he's got quite a Caucasian looking skin, long hair, and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to go into it too much. But in that particular book, Jesus apparently says, like, well, there's a few things you should know, that yes, we're all equal, we're given the same amount of creative energy and creative capacity. We shouldn't be in awe of each other. If you want to be in awe of the creator, of God. He also goes into what I think is important to mention, that yes, from the astral realm, you do set yourself up with a script of certain things you want to experience, which is not the same as knowledge. But not everything. So not every car accident happens because you ask for it. There's a lot of random stuff where things just stuff up, and it was not meant to be, but it happened. So yeah, I was speaking to someone I work with on an app for people with epilepsy and motor neuron disease, and later on we want to make it available for all chronic diseases, major chronic diseases. And she said, like, yeah, I have these people who's continually on my back that my car accident happened because I asked for it. And no, I don't resonate with that idea at all. And that could very well be true, because it this idea that you ask for everything is a lie. Ask for a major event and they can be set up, but there's also a lot of random stuff going wrong that is not because you particularly want to experience that. So thank you, Jesus, for mentioning that. But in the course, Jesus goes into there's two levels. There's a level of experience, which is highly illusory, and modern science agrees. Our brain make up our reality and then project it onto the world. It's not like we observe and then interpret. That's definitely not what happens. Now, a sense of self, this narration of a person going through time and experiencing this life, is also an illusionary, controlled hallucination produced by our mind, brain. I'm not going to go into discussions of that. And so that's research by neuroscientists, very highly regarded neuroscientists. Of course, it's not everyone will agree with that. I do. Maybe you will as well. And there's this level where you know everything and you're your authentic true self and you are in light. And these two levels should not be confused with each other. So in the level of being your authentic self, there's an experience of singularity and oneness. But on this level of being on planet Earth with a body and all that kind of stuff, there is no singularity, because that's the whole idea of experience. If you know everything, well, you must have the singularity, because you must be one like God, you know everything. And so the life that you live, you know everything about it already. And then what's the point of going through that life? Because there's no surprises, there's no anticipation. Oh yeah. um so in the Course in Miracles suggested, well, if you if you want to add a level of knowledge to your current life experience, then imagine you're standing at the end of it and you're looking back on it. And when you look and when you take that vision on side, then it becomes different. So everything that seems to happen to you is just memories that you look back on, and your memory is plastic. So you can reinterpret that, you can remold it and remember it differently. And so in the Course in Miracles, it says like this whole idea of miracles means that there's this principle of at-one-ment. You need to connect with the divine, with your authentic self, which is eternal. Eternal doesn't mean a long time, it just means it's changeless. There is no time. You're out of time, right? You are you. At every single moment, you are you. The same you. Changeless. No time. And that connection has an energy as well and information. And in the Course, it's called the Holy Spirit. So from that point of truth, the Holy Spirit can be in you and then arrange what's called miracles. So things that you don't sit there and try to organize for yourself. And through that miracle, you experience healing. So similar, this idea of there's revelations and mystical experience, which are great for yourself. This idea is like, let's try to heal humanity in its totality as much as possible. And this is where Jesus wants to recruit you and start extending miracles. So you and your brother, so your wife, your children, your neighbor, whatever, the girl at the checkout, the car mechanic. If for a moment you see like you have a shared purpose and that to get the hell out of here, this perpetual conditioning of like, I'm growing spiritually and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, no, you're in the world, but you're not of it. And you're already whole, you're already complete. there is nothing to heal. Um, this perpetual wheel, and then transitioning into the astral realm after your body dies and setting yourself up for another round of embodiments. All right. The wheel of reincarnation, it's called in the Vedanta. So you must get out of that at a certain point and become just like you believe Jesus is. So don't see the Christ outside of yourself. Don't see God outside of yourself or anyone. See it inside yourself and see it in everything and everyone that apparently is outside yourself as we experience this human life. So it teaches you're not a body, you're free, you're a spirit, all these things. I can't put in a nutshell. 31 chapters, 365 lessons plus a manual for teachers. But in the course, to me, there's a Bhagavad Gita as well. Like in chapter 216 of the Bhagavad Gita, it says, what is real cannot be threatened. Atma, the eternal soul, is indestructible. It is, and it's changeless. It cannot be changed, so it cannot be destructed. Well, Anatma, the material body, is illusionary and subject to change, and therefore a whole active part of the construction of your brain, of your mind, of your world, and you and your self. Yeah. Who you were at age of 3 is different after you were at age 12 and 21, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and so forth. That should not be debatable, at least. Yeah. So you can see this life you live in planet Earth is changeable, and there will come an end to it. It's part of the change. Whereas your true self is eternal, it's the same always, and it's out of time. There is no time. So I experienced this living at an academy and running a healing center with my wife. She was the one who really wanted it. Anyway, I won't go into it too much. But I experienced this spiritual light to its fullest. So all your chakras are open, your glands get stimulated, and I'll talk about it more in episode 7. So with this, we have come to the last significant bit that I wanted to share with you in episode 1, the podcast. I will share more in the next 6. I decided to confine it to 7 at first. We'll see what happens after that. But that should give you a good idea, not so much of me, but the stuff I went through. And that transformation is something that happens by itself if you want to become more self-aware, if you want to expand on possibilities. But through that, you go like, hi, I finally got it, only to realize, no, that was not it either. So if something is through the experiential perceptual mind, it is an illusion. For me, for you, for everyone. So even the 3 selves, you might look at that. It's a bit, But the idea there's this soul, your authentic self, and this other aspect is the spirit, where that's the Holy Spirit or energy and motivation coming from your earthly construct, driven by your basic drives of libido and power and control and, need for conflict and all that kind of stuff. And then your moral self and guides, which are basically just energy information packages that can help you get through all this stuff. Yeah. It actually started making sense if you look back and take all of these different teachings together. And it includes Course in Miracles. So it's not just the Bhagavad Gita. There's Mary Baker Eddy, there's Zen in it, there's Paramahansa in it, and a lot more. So I'll finish with some final journaling prompts. And thank you so much for staying with me. Thank you. Did I say thank you? Thank